Alrighty. Okay. So then, extremely pruned down recap. You guys went into a dungeon. There were snake dudes, but they didn't look like snake dudes at first. They looked like regular dudes. But then, like, you tried to, kill one of them, and he turned into a snake dude. And then you actually killed him. This repeated a couple of times. There was like a whole like alien body horror thing that went on in one room with like a mushroom that was like trying to fucking eat people. And there was, all the Konrasu bodies. It's more Konrasus in one body, probably excluding Shadow Wizard Gang, has ever seen in their lives. And they were all dead. But beyond all of that, you guys had gotten deeper into this weird location, which itself turned out to be a previously abandoned old underground worshipping space for the demon lord Dagon, who's a bad dude in general, but him and whoever were there worshipping him, they're long dead. Not a big deal. Pardon me. Snake people had moved in, however, and you guys got to where you could peek through it, and you saw the leader of the snake folk, who is a very big snake person. This is a Lamia, and while you guys didn't actually get the Lamia's name, it will eventually come up, so I'm just going to go ahead and say it anyways, because we all know, player-wise, but that was Umber. Umber is a Lamia matriarch. She is, she's longer from like head to tail, longer than Mr. Servos is tall by several feet. She is a big lady, and it looks like she fucking layers at a gym because like these them pythons were sick, is what I'm saying. But she was pissed off at the snake people about something that had nothing to do with you guys. But you saw her like dressing down on. She turned the motherfucker to stone, and then she coiled around him and blew him up through the sheer pressure of her squeeze. Then she made like a perception check that was in the upper 30s to notice June, peeking through the vent. At which point she then just told the remainder of her minions to like go get you guys. And the party honestly took the very smart choice to just fucking run for it. That got you almost out of the building until one of the snake guys and a muscly snake guy who was called Mongo. Is that our Tim?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's our super fighting robot.
Hey, Tim.
It is our super fighting robot. Well, good, Tim. You just got here in time for recap. We haven't even started shopping yet. All right, so the last little bit, though, was you guys ran for it. There was an extremely brief exchange with Mongo, who was just too big and too stupid to care about all the shit y'all threw at him.
I hate that.
And everybody ran out of the dungeon. So then the next day, the party at the Cat's Eye had a discussion about what to do with the situation, and it was suggested to y'all by Torque and the other NPCs there at the Cat's Eye, like Fridge and all that, to, just take this to the actual literal authorities, because this is a thing that threatens the whole city, and let them take care of it. The party was not like really great with this, course of action, but eventually agreed to it. And Torque offered the party of like, hey, since you're technically putting yourselves on the authorities' snake folk radar, how about you come with me to my remote camp, because I'm done with my shopping and you guys can lay low for a little while. Everybody agreed to that, and this is where we are picking up. So as I have mentioned in Discord, what we are going to do here at the beginning is just going to be taking care of shopping. So the party is going to spend one more day here in Harham getting ready for the road.
Okay.
Torque does let you guys know that the trip out there takes a couple of days by foot. So there will be at least one night that you do have to camp out under the stars, so be at least vaguely prepared for that. So let me just go down the list here, and I will just ask you guys what you're doing as far as shopping. So top of the list, June. What, if anything, are you purchasing before leaving out?
Well, June did get the silver rapier from the kind of stash or the cash, whatever it's the proper word is, right?
It was it was technically a cash, and it was offered up to you by Folkert as part of the reward for helping him move forward on his thing to like take care of Herbert, Mr. Blake, the quote unquote possibly evil merchant. So yeah, that is where you got that from.
So I do have a silver weapon. June did want to get a gun.
Get a gun.
Yeah.
Well,
heck yeah.
Guns are a easy thing to get a hold of. I believe June, as a rogue, is proficient in simple weapons, I believe.
Let me double check. Proficiencies. Simple, I am trained. Martial, I am untrained.
Okay. So you are trained in simple guns. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I believe we discussed it. Like she wanted like what was the word for it? A coat pistol or
coat pistol? Yeah, the coat pistol, which I do believe is a simple. Let me check it out. Let's see here. Coat pistol,
or yes, something to that effect. You know, like that's like a discreet kind of, not something that's gonna shotgun blast a snake person's head off, but can come in handy in a pinch or just do some like long range damage.
Yeah. Okay. So the coat pistol is a concealable one-shot gun that's not too terribly dissimilar from the flintlocks that a couple of the other members of the party are carrying around. However, it's sometimes called the lady fingers because it is small and you can very easily conceal it within normal clothing. It does a D4 piercing damage as it's standard. It does cost 6 gold pieces. It requires a hand, obviously, to use it. Its range is 30 feet. It has a reload of 1 action, and it uses standard firearm ammunition, which you can usually buy in packs of 10.
Okay. So yes, June is going to purchase a coat pistol, or ladyfinger, as she will call it. Her lady fingers.
Her lady fingers. All right, she would use her lady fingers to use the lady finger. All right, so besides gun, is there anything else you want to pick up?
Well, ammunition. So you said you said it was how much for the pistol? 5 gold?
The pistol is 6 gold specifically.
6 gold, okay.
Firearm ammunition, which comes in bulks of 10, is 1 silver piece.
Okay, she is going to buy 2 packs of the ammunition, which unfortunately is going to take my silver from 69 to 67.
Unfortunately.
And she is going to she's going to just kind of discreetly ask the vendor, is there anything that is good against reptiles? Trying to say it as like in a hushed voice as she can.
The vendor, first of all, kind of like they kind of tilt their head thinking about it for a moment, and they're like, "You mean for like for like hunting?" And then like you see like a little like thing go off like behind their eye, and they're like, and they lean in and they lower their voice and they're like, "Or is this about that like unfortunate business that the seems to be going on that the Navy's dealing with?"
Oh yeah, you've heard about that too?
Oh, everybody has heard about that. Like, it has been years since the last time we've had like a major military, Navy movement here in Harham specifically in Harlem. Leaving Harlem to go other places, yeah, that's much more frequent. But here, like in the city itself, actual like MPs and Navy guys with rifles and everything walking around, yeah, that doesn't happen a lot. So yeah, I have heard about that, and I understand what you mean. Give me a second. Let me look real quick. At which point he turns around to fiddle with his stuff, and after a moment, he does come back and he says, "Well, I've only got one pack, and I can't guarantee you that this would be any more useful than regular, because I just simply don't know. But I do have a pack of silver ammunition."
Well, I'm sure that could come in handy in a whole bunch of situations. I'll take it.
All right. The silver pack, which is just 10 bullets, so 10 silver bullets, he will sell to you for 5 silver.
And June will take it for 5 silver.
Alrighty. Anything else that you'd like to pick up besides gun and some ammo?
As far as that's concerned, I believe like we're gonna take care of rations and everything like that. But yeah, that's June is. I don't know if anyone else is around me or from the party, or if it's just me.
Probably at the moment it's just you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, she's just gonna just kind of discreetly pack this thing in her thing, and like she's looking kind of sus, but she's trying to avoid eye contact with people, and just gonna stuff everything.
I know a weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll be with her because I actually want to get one as well.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah. So June is like intentionally when she's saying reptiles, like she's like leaning away from you and kind of like looking towards like the I guess counter or whatever the table is, like just like she looks kind of off a bit, but yeah, so she will buy the 2 packs of regular ammunition, 1 pack of silver ammunition, and her ladyfingers, as she'll call it, and she will step back to let Laria get something.
Laria, since you're here at one of the like firearm vendors, which they have a very broad selection of things, let me take a moment to look at Oracle to see if Oracle is proficient with any of this. I believe you can use simple firearms.
Oracle just pulls
I am
up
trained in
like, I foresee your
cannon,
death.
but I don't know exactly how to like set it up in the profile.
Let's see here. Well, first of all, as far as proficiency is concerned, are trained in simple weapons, so you can use a simple gun. Would you similarly like a smaller coat pistol, or do you want to go for the chunkier, like flintlock, or do you want to go for real chunky?
Laria with a shotgun. Laria with a shotgun.
What will they do?
This Laria trained to use a shotgun.
I think I believe you could use a musket, which is ye olde shotgun. Let's see here.
800 boost.
Yeah, the ye olde shotgun, or excuse me, the ye olde rifle, the flintlock musket, would run you 7 gold if you wanted it. It does a d6 worth of damage. It does take 2 hands to use, but it does have a range of 70 feet. It uses standard firearm ammunition, and it has a bulk of, so it is heavy and chunky. Like, if you know what a Mos Nagant looks like, it looks like a Mos Nagant.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
It's a flintlock musket, you said?
Flintlock musket is the name for the actual item. And the thing that I really like about the inclusion with the firearms is almost all of them come with a fatal trait, which means when you do quit them, you get to roll a bigger, fatter dice for it.
Good to know. So anytime I get to roll good.
Mm-hmm. And Tim, being a gunslinger, gets an extra points of damage with guns just cause.
There was also another thing. I was looking through Tim's stuff. Being a gunslinger, he has an ability where if he hunkers down, he can do more damage, and he can use cover fire, which I didn't even could have given other people better AC.
That might be something that you want to use tactfully.
Yeah.
Like one thing that is definitely going to come up as we do go into further like encounters and whatnot, tactical movement. Trying to like combo moves with each other and like that's the way that with Pathfinder it is. The system is built for you guys to like really fine tune and tweak character efficiency within combat. So that's a thing that will come up. We definitely will be using it with the bad guys.
Good.
Okay, so Laria picks up the flintlock musket. I assume that she also spends the money for a pack or two of ammunition.
Yep, and the same for my sling as well.
Okay, sling. The sling you don't need to buy ammo.
Okay.
Yeah, the sling you can
Just
literally just
rocks.
pick up a rock and like chunk it.
Alright.
Huck it.
That is one of the benefits of the sling. So tech, you can use it in practically any friggin' situation that you want.
Mm-hmm.
It's also very easy to conceal because you can wrap it around your wrist, and it's like, oh no, it's just a bracelet.
Yeah, you can say it's a bracelet. You could wrap it around your face and say it's.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways that you can just fake that.
You.
Okay, so a couple of firearm cells. Yeah, we're still going to go down the line. So we've gotten June. Larry also wanted to buy a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're here, Zany, is there any other items that Larry wants to pick up?
Let's see. I think that would be it. Just
Okay,
another
so
weapon.
Laria, so Laria adds a weapon that is literally twice as long as she is tall.
Let's go.
I'm trained.
You are trained because it is just a simple click weapon.
This looks so funny on it.
Let's see here.
Do you need me to hold that?
So
for
if
you? I'm asking in, like
you
in
wanna
character.
hold it for me? To be sure, if you want to hold it for me.
it is a bulk of one. So as people are adding more items to keep track of
Which is
the
more
bulk.
like it's like twice her size. It's kind of.
And it is kind of ridiculous to think about her walking around with that like strapped across her back.
Probably bumping into
Although,
stuff.
actually, probably what it would
She
be
uses walking sticks.
is Laria would have it strapped. I would assume that the way that Laria would actually walk around with it would have it actually strapped directly over her shoulders, and then like have her other like bags and stuff just hung on it as she's just like walking along.
It's just
Okay.
full on hobo look.
Oh, that's a great picture. Sorry, just trying to do
full on mushroom hobo with a shotgun.
Mhm.
Yes.
Alright.
Sorry, just trying to do a little RP stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah. So while June and Laria are doing their shopping, and all of this is happening within the air market, Tim, in Discord earlier, it was mentioned that let's see here, that boopity bobbity boop, that you wanted to pick
how
up
much was it again? I'm sorry.
7 gold for the actual gun itself, and then 1 silver
Okay.
for each pack of 10 bullets.
And I got 2 of those.
So that'd be 2 silver for the bullets. So 7 gold, 2 silver. But Tim, in the Discord, you mentioned that you wanted to buy black powder, about 2 pounds worth. You wanted to see if you could find a scope for the gun, and you also wanted to pick up a rifle for long range.
Oh yeah.
All right. I'm assuming that you want to get like the similar thing with the flintlock musket.
Yep.
Okay, flintlock musket. All right. Or do you want the double?
Just
or do you
to
want the double barrel?
check. Oh, how long range is it? I want to get like a sniper, because I recognize getting in close enough to hit Mongo was like the death of me. So I'm trying to get something that I can hit Mongo from like across the room.
He doesn't know, chat. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Shotty doesn't
He
know. Shotty
doesn't know.
Tim, I avenged you.
Oh yeah, I remember Mongo Big Dead, but just for the next Mongo we come across.
Oh, the next Mongo. Okay.
Yeah, the next
whoever
Mongo.
that may be.
Let's see here.
Also, that 1 platinum, 25 gold, 13 silver, and 5 copper. That's the whole haul split between each PC.
Yeah.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Traits.
The only thing in the liquid funds, such as it were, that were broken down was the 2 gemstones, which essentially Callie traded in for the gun turret that she's putting on top of Mr. Servo's.
Tight.
Okay, so speaking of guns, though, there is the double-barreled rifle. Let's see here.
I do
the
double up.
Damage.
Excuse me. It is the double-barrel musket. Okay, the double-barrel musket has a 60-foot range. So if you wanted to go for maximum range that you currently have stuff available, you'd have to go for the single-barrel musket.
How much is there a damage difference?
No, damage is still the same. The primary difference, except for the slightly shorter range, is that the double barrel weighs more, and you can load 2 bullets into it. Same thing with like your double barreled pistol. You can either, you can load up both barrels individually, and you 1 barrel at a time, or both for extra damage. It works the exact same way with the double barrel rifle. It's just the double barrel rifle does have a 60-foot range, whereas the musket or the single barrel rifle musket has a 70-foot range. So it's a slight difference there.
Okay.
Tim will be willing to take an extra 10-foot step forward to absolutely double barrel blast someone into next week.
All right, then. I'm going to need Tim to cough up 11 of that gold
You got
for a double-barreled rifle. And just so that we're all aware, again, it's a D6 piercing damage, and this is per chamber. So if you pull both triggers at once to unload, it's 2d6. It's got a bulk of requires 2 hands. The range is 60 feet. The reload speed per barrel is 1. And it also uses standard ammunition. So obviously, standard ammunition and rifling for all of the guns was the biggest step forward for the Empire as they really started rolling out. Like, as they were like, what if we just gave every single person a gun on the planet?
Welcome to America. It's nice to meet you.
That'll be awesome. Honestly, just as a world building side here thing, I have honestly been having a lot of fun, like mixing up colonial Britain and like modern day America as sort of the cultural backbone of the empire. It's fucking hilarious, and I'm so glad that it allows me to do. It's got all these like technically, positive traits about it, but then it has a whole bunch of glaring not positive at all faults. That's why a lot of people tend to have conflicted emotions about it. But yeah, so add a double-barreled musket or rifle, whichever word you want to use, to Tim's thing there. Do you want to get anything else for your double-barreled thingamabob?
Do they sell?
Because they're. Do they sell what?
A scope, and if they do, will that give me any advantage or like positive, or is it just kind of like, oh no, you have a scope on your rifle?
Let me see here.
Just real quick, guys, I wanted to test if this works or not. Let me try. Public, yep. Hey, I think it worked. I don't know.
Bam, bam, ladyfingers.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Right.
Do I need to
anything with an AC or 14 or less would be fully fucking dead.
Do I need to add my dex or something to the damage, or is it just the?
No, it's just flat damage dice.
Okay, just making
the
sure.
The gun is one that's provided.
Just making sure I got the thing right. Oh, I gotta do the ooh voice because Shadow doing the ooh.
The ooh.
We haven't even gotten to me yet. This is gonna be the worst part.
Well, that's kind of why I'm saving you for the last. I knew you were gonna be the monster. Okay. All right. So Tim, you can get a scope for the gun. There is one scope that falls just barely within the item level range that you could get. But here's the question. After buying your big gun, or maybe trading your big gun back in, do you have 70 gold to drop on a scope?
Okay, so platinum is what, 10 gold?
Yes.
Yeah, platinum is 10.
And how many silver pieces?
If you actually
gold?
say if you actually say you have 70 gold,
every 10 silver pieces is 1 gold.
So platinum is 10 gold. That's 41. Nah, I don't have enough.
All right then. Then you can't get the scope. But I'm going to tell you though that you do know the gun merchant has in a reinforced, locked, and magically locked case a couple of scopes. They do exist. They are there. You know where you can find them.
Oh, God.
Good to know.
So yeah.
Scope heist.
So yeah, the firearm vendor though does have a potentially cheaper option for you if you're just really hell bent on getting something strapped to your gun.
Oh yeah. I mean, of course.
So now this is not, again, this is not going to be cheap, but if you wanted to, you can attach to your gun or use it unattached, your choice, a spyglass, which does give you zoom, but it will not help you when it comes to shooting. It's not that kind of scope. But he does have a spyglass, and he does have a mount for the spyglass if you want to put it on your gun.
Nah, I don't think I'll go for it. I'll come back. I'll save up some money and I'll get a good scope.
All right, good to go. All right, so scope is off of the list. So is the double-barreled rifle. I'm just closing my tabs here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, there was something that I wanted to mention since there's a lot of gun buying going on. There is the possibility that if you use your gun, then the next time you use your gun, like the next 24 hours, done your daily preparations again, there is a small but cumulative chance you could have a misfire. You can avoid the misfire by simply purchasing a gun cleaning kit.
I'll go ahead and do that.
And honestly, given that like Tim and Jamal are the two biggest of the gun users, the rest of you kind of like have it for emergency sex or whatever. They're the ones that really need it. Let's see here.
Fair enough.
Firearm cleaning kit. Okay, the firearm cleaning kit, Timothy, is going to run you 1 silver piece.
Tight.
Yes.
69 silver, baby.
Woohoo!
Funny number.
Funny number.
Funny
Okay.
number.
All right. Timbo, is there anything besides the gun and the cleaning kit and all that you would like to otherwise purchase?
No. I'll save the black powder for later. Also, the cave might have some black powder stored away.
Yep, you'll find out when you get there. All right, so then let's drop down here to Swag Wizard Money Gang, and then we'll to Callie.
Alrighty. So I think what Seamus is going to do is that he's going to see if he can find some magic shops around and see if he could study some books to have a little bit more spells on the back.
Okay. So you want to add spells to Shamasel's repertoire of known magics.
Yes.
Okay. So I believe that, I mean, that's doable. That's very doable. But let me check. Let's see here. Let's go down to Magus. And let's see here. All right. Let's see here. Then, just to read off, as you increase in level as a Magus, spell slots and highest level of spells that you can cast per day is shown over here on the table. You can have no more than 2 spell slots of your highest level, and if you can cast second level spells or higher, 2 spell slots of 1 level lower than your highest. Okay, so that means because you at 3rd level you gain access to second level spells. So that would mean that you've got 1 spell level at 2nd, and then you got 2 at 1st. Okay.
So I already learned Scorching spells, so I can go into more first level spells.
Well, these are just how many slots you've got for casting per day. When it comes to this, you can add spells to your spell book. So these would be spells that you can then pick on whether or not you're going to prepare for the day. All right. So to learn a spell, obviously, of course, you're going to have to have access to it to be able to do it. You've got that. You are going to need you're going to need to make you're going to need to buy materials as indicated by the price, which is determined by the level of the spell. So if you want to learn learn a second level spell, you need to be 6 gold for every second level spell you want, and if you want to learn new first level spells, that's going to be 2 gold.
Okay.
So I can learn. All right. So I can learn either 2 first level spells or another second level spell.
Yeah. You've got the time to do either the 1 second level spell or 2 first levels.
I'll take a second level spell.
Okay. Then subtract 6 gold from your monies, and you can just look through the spell list for arcane spells and find something second level on there that you think would be absolutely hilarious for a magic 8-ball to cast. If you are looking at a list, if it says that the spell is rare or uncommon, don't take one of those. Just take one of the common ones.
All right, so just common.
Yeah, so just common ones.
I wonder if I can. I mean, I do have some knowledge in occult. Is it possible I can learn an occult level 2 spell?
No, unfortunately, you are a you are specifically an arcane caster. You would need to take a feat that would allow you to cast the occult ones.
Gotcha. Okay.
Although, if you do pick that up at some point later on, then the answer is yes. Then you can do that. All right. Let me manage my tabs real quick. Besides picking up new spell stuff, is there anything else that you would like to do?
Anything else I'd like to do?
Yeah. Also, whatever spell you do choose to add on that, I am going to need you to make a Arcana check in order for you to successfully transcribe that into your book.
Okay. In the meantime, I would say go to Loria because I'm not Loria. Callie, just so I've got some shenanigans that I'm thinking of.
All right. Well, you brainstorm shenanigans. Let's switch over here to the monster for items.
Okay, let me
Callie.
The fucking list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pull out your actual shopping list.
We need to we need to
Alright.
keep an eye on Kelly. Yes.
Okay, well, so we're getting the gunner's saddle / turret for Mr.
Yeah.
Servos,
Mhm.
obviously, and then I definitely want the dwarven scattergun on top of it.
Okay. So dwarven scattergun on top. Let's see
It's
here.
30 gold, obviously, right?
Yeah, that's a expensive one. Let's see here. Dwarven scatter.
What is a? Hold on, I'm looking this up.
Oh yeah, it's legitimately like almost a. It's literally just a cannon.
Yeah, it is
If
straight
she
up
has
a
any
cannon.
leftover, she's spending a lot of money. If there's any leftover.
Oh,
The-
dude, we haven't even gotten through half the list yet, bro.
Okay.
We're on the first item.
Yeah. So just so that everyone is aware, the dwarven scattergun has an interesting sort of history that will need to be kind of like pointed out here. But like the dwarven scattergun is what the dwarves of the Mi'kmarches did, or what they made after they had scavenged guns from the battlefield with the Empire about 6 or 7 years ago. Technically, they've had the gun technology for a while, but in this last big war was when the dwarven scatterguns were actually walked out onto the field. So they scavenged guns from previous battles, reversed to figure out how the hell it works, and then they put a dwarven twist on it, which is to make it stupid big and powerful. So that's what they did. They made a literal cannon that a individual person can walk around with.
You think they're compensating
Which-
for something?
I mean, maybe, but imagine like an entire group of heavily armed dwarves all coming over the something, and they're all holding a cannon, like the heavy from TF2 holds Sasha.
I love it. Let's
These
go,
are
Callie.
big. These are big boom guns.
Yes, I'm literally putting like a tank turret.
Yeah, this is going to get attached to the gunner seat. So this will be actually physically attached to Mr. Servo.
Meaning anyone can use it who's running around in Mr. Servos with me.
Yeah.
Oh,
So between the dwarven scattergun though is 10 gold,
Yep.
and the saddle is 20. So that everyone's aware of, the dwarven scattergun does a D8 damage. It's got a standard range of 50. It's got a reload of 1. And not only does it have the kickback thing, but it also has scatter 10 feet. So whatever you lob it at, everything around them is also getting hit.
Oh wow.
Oh hell.
Yes.
All right. So that's saddle and gun. What else we got on
Yep.
the list?
Yep. All right. I'm going to buy the extendable pincer for Mr. Servos
Okay.
as well. That's 2 gold if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
All right. And then I'm gonna buy the bomb launcher and the formula for the bomb launcher.
Okay.
And that's 20 gold if I remember correctly, plus the one for the formula.
Yeah, plus the 1 for the formula, the actual bomb launcher itself, so I can give you the exact price.
Bomb.
It's spelled
Sure,
bomb.
where is this at?
It's a fat man.
I'm
yeah.
looking at some of this stuff. I might buy black powder knuckle dusters. Those look cool. You just punch someone.
Those are hilarious. What's extra hilarious is one of the things that Jamal was thinking about picking up was the harmonica gun. But the bomb launcher is, yes, another 20 gold. These items are not cheap.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, that's why she got both the gems. I didn't even know we had gems.
Yep.
Oh, I should have done that.
Well, that was for the saddle, so that anyone can use the giant.
Yeah, that was just a trade in. That was just a trade in. Okay, so that's bomb launcher, recipe for the bomb launcher, saddle, big gun.
I want to buy 1 gold for a scythe formula because I want to do my own little weapon concoction for weapon innovation.
All right, then you can add that to your formula book for 1 gold.
All right. I'm down to 0 gold, but we got 1 platinum to go through, so we still got items. All right, let me just mark that off the list. Okay. I was thinking of getting a magnetic construction set.
Okay.
If that is possible.
Magnetic construction.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot. I gotta add these items to the fucking. All right, so bomb launcher. This thing's probably not gonna be fucking light. It's gonna be heavy as shit. Bomb launcher.
Oh yeah, I think it has like a bulk of 5. Oh no, it's not too bad.
Yeah, the bulk for the bomb launcher is a lot. But the thing is, since it's getting connected to Mr. Servos, basically no one has to actually carry it. All right, so let's see here. The magnets in the magnet construction set are strong enough to firmly cling to metallic objects, but too weak to move or suspend them. The metal rods are 1/4 of an inch in diameter and vary 3 to 6 inches if connected with the magnets. Blah blah blah. Okay, I'm going to say yeah. You can get a magnetic construction set. That's going to be 2 gold.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Magnetic construction.
All right.
I have some fun ideas for that one. All right.
Almost halfway through that platinum piece. I'm going to say that when you go over to like the tools merchant guy and I want the magnetic construction set, like first thing he reaches for is like the child's, fucking Tinker Toys thing, and you're like, no, and like he grabs that, and then you throw that platinum piece down on the table, and then like
the big one.
His eyes just light up. Yeah, his eyes just light up when he sees that platinum piece at the table, and he's like, "Yes, ma'am. What else can I get you?"
Fertilizer. I want to get some fertilizer for the plants.
Oh god, I know where this leads.
For the plants that I took samples of, I want fertilizer. I would buy pots, but he did say we're gonna have clay later,
yep.
so I can make my own pots.
That is
fertilizer. How much would the fertilizer be?
Let's see here. Okay, so for the fertilizer, which is basically you buying a big plant food, infused dirt. Mm-hmm. That is going. They sell it by the pound, and that goes for 1 silver per pound.
Oh, then. How much?
But each pound is an L, and if you get more than 10, then that counts as a bulk.
Then I'll get
L poundage, bro.
Do you think 5 would be too much?
5 wouldn't be too much, but I mean, like I'm much more than this syrup. I'm going to say that you're really running low past
2
that Mr. Servos can hold.
I will say the 2 then.
Okay,
just
so
2
just 2 pounds.
Yes, 2 pounds. 2 pounds.
2
That's
pounds of
2
fertilizer.
silver. It's 2 silver pieces, right?
That is correct.
Okay. 2 pounds of fertilizer.
God forbid the highway patrol pull you guys over.
Oh God.
For real.
If they
Yeah,
pull
we
me
just have-
over, I'm gonna. They're gonna probably be dead by the end of it.
Yeah, we just have magnetic
I wanna
rods, 2 pounds of
get-
fertilizer, a bunch of firearms.
A giant fucking tank turret on top of a giant man.
I'm also pretty sure that at least some of the other samples that like Callie took also count as like controlled substances. So drugs, fertilizer, guns. This can't be good.
That's in a lot box.
Once Callie's done, I got something else I want to look at.
I was imagining this whole scenario. I imagine like Callie like walking in, like everyone in the party's like already in the firearms like tent. Callie walks in with like Mr. Service behind her, just loud as shit, and she's like, "I want the biggest gun that you can find in the back for that," and she points at the tank turret on top of Mr. Service.
I need the biggest fucking gun for that thing. Yeah, I mean, like here in the open air market, as you're like going around from merchant to merchant, as all of you are, you know, on your own individual little shopping. At this point, Mr. Servos has become kind of like a relatively common sight in this area, since you guys are staying at the Cat's Eye, which is literally just a few hundred feet away. So, you know, as Callie comes in, there's who recognize Callie and Mr. Servos, who, you know, like are basically like waving her down, like, "Hey, Miss Callie, we've got more like stuff and formulas for you." You know, basically just trying to get your attention because you've been a big spender in it. But yeah, like as some of the party members are walking out of the firearms dealer with their new guns and whatnot, you just roll in and you're like, "I need the fattest fucking gun to put on my robot." And you know what? The guns dealer, he does blink, but he does hand it to you.
It's like the slow, unimpressed blink.
Yeah, like he gives that like blink where he like for a moment is like, "Should I say no? Should I say no? That's a lot of money." Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, probably, I'm gonna say he's like just arguing to himself, like, that'll knock her on her ass the first time she tries it. She can't be that dangerous with it.
And then
So,
he watches his.
Little does he know.
She installs it on top of the robot.
All right, so let's finish up our shopping here. What else is Callie grabbing?
Just ammunition for the big ass gun that's really on top of Mr. Service.
Okay, that's a silver per 10.
How much what do you think I need for that big ass cannon? Like, how much do you think it would go through?
A lot. A lot. I'm going to say that as far as bullet cost, given how big of a kaboom this gun is supposed to be, I'm going to say that's going to like cost you at least 5 bullets. A fucking pull of the trigger is going to fun.
5? Okay, well, good thing I had a lot of stuff.
How much gold you got?
I get, like, currently 8 after breaking down 8.
Just like loads like a rack of, you know, like a full 10 stack of bullets
Just
into the
dumps
thing.
it in there. It doesn't even
You
like
get
load
2
it,
trigger
just dumps it.
pulls.
I just
You
grabbed
get
like
2
a
trigger pulls, and then you
crate.
just got a new one.
Like the fucking gunsmith guy is like, I like point at like a box in the back. I'm like, I want one of those, and he's like, but that's a box of ammunition. We haven't really, he's like talking about, he's like, put it for display yet. It's still in the shipping container box that came in. He's just like, yes, I know. I want that box, that entire
need the
box.
whole
The
box.
entire case.
I'll take your entire stock.
I'll take your entire stock.
So, hold on, let me do something. So it's. Oh man, that's a lot of ammunition.
That is.
So 5. Okay, so let me do some other quick. Oh, so if I do that, I could fire the weapon 40 times.
That's a lot of bullets.
Do you think that I could carry that many bullets? Because it's like 200 bullets or something like that.
Yeah. At this point, Syrup, I'm going to say that you have reached capacity on.
Okay,
Mr.
I will get just a little bit then. I'll get enough to fire it 4 times.
One.
So I will give 2 silver pieces.
Okay. All right. So 2 silver pieces for 20 bullets, which gives you 4 trigger points.
Do I just add that to my firearm ammunition?
Yeah. Just add that to your regular firearm ammunition.
Okay, 34. And then do you think I should get like the firearm cleaning kit as well? That's like the last thing I was gonna ask. Since I have all these goddamn weapons now.
Yeah, I would suggest it now because you're getting into the point where you are
probably
using them significantly.
Okay, that's another silver.
That is correct.
5. And then what is it called exactly?
It is called a firearm cleaning kit.
Firearm. Yep, that's all the shopping I wanted to do.
All right then. Okay. So, Tim, you did say there was one last thing that you...
Looking at it now, I don't know if I can do it. There is runes. I was looking at a rune, and it's called Fanged. So if you put this on a melee, if you put the Fanged rune on a melee weapon, and then put the melee weapon in your mouth, you can turn into a small or medium animal that wields the Fanged weapon in its jaws. Full on, like, Sif from Dark Souls 1. And so I was thinking I could put it on the, like, new pincer hand I have, but I can't really remove that because it's like my arm. So, but I was like, I could turn into a dog with Brick.
I mean, you could do that. Do you want to drop 30 gold on it?
I have enough, but I don't.
But that's the question. Do you want to drop 30 gold on that?
Yeah, not particularly.
Well then.
Oh wait, could I buy the formula for it?
Hold on. Okay, there we go.
I mean, yeah, you could buy the formula. I mean, you do know an inventor says that she can make magical stuff.
I can indeed.
Looks
I mean,
like
you haven't actually seen her do it yet. Say that she can.
She knows. She says she knows, so I trust her. I'll spend gold.
And she seems like the kind of inventor that.
Know how to do that.
All right, so then you spend the gold to get the Fanged formula. Okay then.
Fang formula.
The Fing Fang formula.
All right, do I put that in my book?
Fing Fang formula.
Yes, add that to your magical crafting book.
Yeah. And I think this rolls
He just
back
walks
around.
in, grabs a paper, and hands it to you.
Alrighty then. So attack. Scatter.
Wait, Tim doesn't have a mouse.
Add this
Don't worry
to.
about it.
I gotta add this to that.
Don't worry.
You know what? I'm going to say for Tim as far as using this weapon, because we keep running across the Tim doesn't have ears, Tim doesn't actually have a nose. All of these things, while it is hilarious, and I do think it's honestly a good way of limiting Tim's capabilities. With this, I'm just going to say that Callie creates a prosthetic jaw that you just attach when you equip the weapon. That's what does it.
Damage.
I was gonna say, make it like Bender's mouth from Futurama.
where it's a speaker most of the time, but occasionally he can just open it.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh god, bro.
Oh, it's cool because it says the animal matches the animal you are most closely associated with. So it's a lizard folk will turn into a lizard, a kitsune into a fox, a deer instinct barbarian into a deer. Him would turn into a dog.
Well, you know what? That makes it extra hilarious when you guys are like, "Oh, hey, a deer in the woods," and then the deer pulls out a knife. And
deer, so majestic. And then the deer turns around and is holding a battle axe in its mouth. It's like,
and it is ready to mess it up. Okay, so okay, so then
Jesus Christ.
All right, so that concludes our shopping. So that is
which rolls back around to me.
Yep. So we were
an Arcana roll.
That is correct.
Speaking of rolls,
and that is plenty good enough.
All right.
Damage
so the
type
spell
is-
that I chose was Exploding Earth.
Ooh, baby.
Damn it! Is it piercing?
Fuck
and
that earth in
concussive?
particular.
Damage.
All right, sweet. So I learned it.
The damage from the gun is piercing, like the dice damage, but it also counts as concussive. Yes.
All right. Do I put piercing and concussive for damage type?
Well, damage type is piercing. The weapon's trait is concussive.
Oh, okay. Trait.
All right, and you
I
said you
almost
were
feel like-
adding exploding earth. Okay.
4d6 bludgeoning damage. Jesus Christ.
Let's see, exploding earth.
We're gonna kill Mongo. Or, excuse me, the next Mongo we come across.
Oh, actually, that's pretty cool. That like you can do that because the other day I was polishing up Gloria's NPC sheet, and Gloria has a special ability that she can do, which is called Choke Slam, and which is where if she gets her hands on a target initiates a grapple, she can choose, a surface and then introduce you to that surface at terminal velocity.
Oh shit!
God.
Is additional damage would be put under scatter, right?
The splash damage from the scatter goes under the additional, so it's like one scatter or splash is the thing that goes there.
I'm doing this right.
I'll have to figure it out, but I'm
point of.
I'm wondering
splash
when I'll be able to,
damage.
or figure out we'll be able to give my guns go from like D6 or 1d8 to 2d6 or 2d8. That'll probably be an upgrade later.
I do very much like, though, that the Exploding Earth spell is literally you grab a ball of dirt and like, hey, shit ass, and like throw a fucking grenade.
Eat dirt, Sinead.
Eat dirt.
Gonna put a little dirt in your eye. Did we say that at the exact same time?
A little bit. Yeah. You said dirt in your eye, and I said sand in your eye.
Yeah.
Basically the same damn thing. Okay, so all of that taken care of. We roll over to the beginning of the next day. So early in the morning, the party gets up at the Cat's Eye. Everybody, gets all of their shit together, comes on outside, and Torque, as you guys are like coming out, walks around the side of the Cat's Eye from the little side alleyway that leads to like the stable bit. And Gacthus is accompanying Torque as she comes out, and she is leading the like sturdy pony that's been in the stable this entire time since you guys showed up. Callie has seen it plenty of times because Callie goes in and out of there with servos. But there's been this like pony that's been in there the whole time that is never fucking impressed at the least bit. Like, it can't be sussed for anything, even when you roll in the giant rope. But this little pony comes out and is done up with a small wagon that is loaded up with a bunch of crates and boxes and bags and all that sort of stuff. This is the shopping that Torque has been doing. So she has all of that ready. This is her pony. Her pony is named Mary. She just calls it Mary. But she hops into the saddle of on Mary and then travels with you guys down the mini streets of Harham towards the Rain Road gate, and you guys will be taking the Rain Road out of the city. So you'll be walking right past Fulkard's place, Smallborough's Big Savings. So you'll be walking right past his item shop as you guys leave town. So this has not been mentioned yet in game. So what was that?
Sorry, I was gonna say. So this is your pony that's been in the stables this whole time.
Oh yeah. Mary here has been with me for years. But you may have noticed going in and out of the stable that like Mary doesn't blink. Well, I mean she does blink, but like she doesn't blink for stuff going on and whatnot. I got her. I know. Yeah, I got her at a what do you call it when somebody dies and then they are selling off all of their stuff, or like the family is selling off all their stuff, like an estate sale or something. But yeah, that's where
sale?
Maybe that. But either way, Mary's previous owner was apparently a soldier, and Mary went through all the training to be a war pony, although she never saw like actual open combat or anything. That's why she's so calm. So, anywho,
that's one hell of a damage.
Why the hell does it have damage?
Well, your bomb launcher should not have.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
The bomb launcher, its damage is based off of whatever ammunition you put in it, like alchemist fire.
Yeah, I know. But I think it's because I put it as a ranged attack for Mr. Service thing. That's why, because it has to have an attack roll.
Okay. We can fiddle with it.
We'll configure it.
Anyway, you guys plus Torque and Mary head up to the Rain Road Gate, and something that we haven't really mentioned yet in game, even though technically speaking, you guys have gone in and out of some of these gates already. Like when you went to see Griff at the hostel. The city of Harham has a wall. It is about like 3 stories tall, and it's like 18 feet thick. It is a big, sturdy wall. This is obviously a military town where the Navy is based at. And each one of these gates has a couple of towers that accompany it, and a just boatload of guards everywhere. They also have a checkpoint that is on the outside part of the gate, where they check incoming people from outside to come into the city and do things like that. If you are a citizen of Harham, then you basically have like a fast pass, essentially. That you can like flash at the guard and they just let you go by. But everybody else, they like halt for like at least a cursory examination. If you're leaving the city, however, they give much less of a shit. So like, yeah, as you guys are like coming through there, some of these guys have been on shift before when you guys have gone out to like Folker's place. So they know who you are, but there are a lot of guards who are seeing you for the first time, and they've got like some eyes like on you, and you do see like at least one guy up in his like arquebus right next to him, and his hand slips just a little bit closer to the trigger as you guys come rolling up. As they're like, is that an armored combat droid?
the big ass gun on the top.
I was gonna say you're gonna fire on literally a small militia.
Don't worry, we're certified. We're forklift certified.
I have my.
I hope one of you is at least forklift certified. But yes,
me.
The guards do kind of give you
the one driving
as you go through, but they don't halt or stop you or anything. Once you hit the actual real edge of Harham, which is where I'm going to ask who is specifically riding, quite literally, shotgun with Callie. Because like Callie's interior compartment, I want to be clear on this, that Callie's interior compartment can hold Callie plus one other small-sized character, which would be either Laria or Jamal. So they can technically ride inside with Callie. It's a little tight, but you can do it.
Yeah, Laria will be riding with her.
Okay, so Laria's going to be inside Mr. Servos. Somebody can take the gunner seat, so that's a third person on there, and then there's enough space. Jamal. Okay, we'll put Jamal in the gunner seat, and then there's enough space for 3 other people to just sort of like hang on to Mr. Servos while he trundles up the road.
Yeah.
So
that would be the rest of the party.
Yeah, that loads out the rest of the party to just sort of like be riding, hanging on to Mr. Servos. Which
there's no space with
Tim's fully holding his rifle, just ready to like snipe.
Yeah, and Torque is
Just-
obviously off to the side because she's on Mary with the little cart and whatnot. But once y'all get to the like outskirts and whatnot, something else that also just sort of recently came up when I was getting prepared for all of this is just how much verticality there is in Har. Because like obviously the docks are right there at sea level, but like by the time you get to here at the gate, like if you were to look behind you, back down, you would just see the buildings just like dropping away. It's actually a significant slope. So I imagine, honestly, that Stone for the more slopey parts inside of the town, and probably Mr. Servos has been in like walker mode this whole time in town, but now that you're getting into an area that it evens out a lot more, and you've got like a nice road, and Mr. Servos like pops out the wheelies and is just like, well, now we're gonna roll so that he can do max speed with the party in tow. Okay, so the party then begins traveling. Now, based off of Mr. Servos' speed that he can achieve while doing all of this, with Callie essentially just putting the pedal to the metal, then that means that it will take 8 hours for you guys to reach the first part where you're actually going to be camping for the night. So you are going to be covering over this next 8 hours of the day about 19 miles. The first 18 of those 19 miles is all done on road. So for most of the day, you are riding along a well-paved or otherwise well-constructed road. It does alternate between like paving stones and some places where they've just got like logs that have been like, you know, leveled out in that sort of place. In other places, it's just dirt. But it is well maintained. There is a usually there's a wall on one or both sides, depending, you know, whether or not you're on a hill or not. And you do see plenty of other traffic. There is a lot of other traffic, both coming and going. But eventually, you get to a point in the evening where you go off-road and you go into some trails and into the backwoods. And by the time y'all get to this section, as the sun is setting behind you, because you've been mostly traveling both north and west, north and east. The west setting sun sets the rising land in ablaze in golden green colors, and I am going to switch us to a different map as we now look at the general region around Harham.
Oh.
So here is the general region around Harham. This green area, the like pale soup green area that Harham is on, this is relatively lowish. The darker, more saturated green, that's more green, less yellow, that is basically like flood fields and plains and stuff like that. That stuff is right there at sea level. The paler green that's heading towards yellow is higher land. So, and the difference is that this area here, like where Whitford is, that whole section like that, that is almost 2,000 feet higher in elevation than Harham is.
Oh, wow.
So as you guys are rolling, so as you guys hit the break-off point, like which is right here at the W for Whitford, as you hit that break-off point, this like ridge in front of you is just looming ahead. So you have this like gigantic plateau, essentially Whitford sits on, and hopefully we'll be able to go to Whitford at some point because they have sea elevators to get down to the actual coast.
Oh,
which is all cool.
Elevators.
So, yes, they have sea elevators. Lariel, not to be confused with Laria, but Lariel, city out here, that place is again like another 1,000 feet above Whitford. So that is how rapidly the land just shoots up. But here, in this first night, what I'm going to say is that you guys left Harham at about 10 a.m. So roughly 6 p.m. is where you guys have been going. You've gotten off-road. You're into the forest. The slope of the land is really picking up as you're approaching the edge of the plateau. The amount of traffic and all that other stuff has essentially dropped to zero. So you guys are rolling along on, these are still well-maintained trails. I'm going to point that out. They're still well-maintained trails. But you get to a point where it is clearly stopping time. Obviously, Mr. Servos doesn't have to worry about stamina or anything, but Mary does. The pony does have to worry about stamina. So, Torque, flags y'all down and be like, hey, let's take a stop. And she leads you over to a reasonable-sized clearing, which is a little ways off from the main trail. That's already got like a spot in it instead of campfires and whatnot. So she leads you over there to where the party can take a break for the evening. So this brings us to the first time that the party has the option, if they want to set watch.
Okay.
Tim only has to be deactivated for about 2 hours, so Tim can watch for most of the night with like people taking shifts between, and then we'll just for those last 2 hours as everyone's waking up, Tim will.
Could
For now.
Mr. Servos be set on alert mode?
He could also do that, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Servos
the
can be
Phobot
set
watch.
to activate if anything like sets him off, although you'll have to specify what sets him off.
Yeah, don't want him exploding a squirrel or anything.
Yeah.
He's using the. Yeah.
You can do it.
You-
Anything larger than 3 feet tall.
You did
not
have
registered as
you did have that moment
configured.
actually. Bringing that up, y'all did have that moment when you were looking to provide medication for Griff at the hostel, where he like got spooked by a cat. So, what are you going to set the parameters for Mr. Servos?
Anything larger than a dog.
Anything larger than a dog doing what?
Approaching.
Okay, so if he detects anything larger than a dog, then Mr. Servos will activate. Do you want Mr. Servos' activation to be engage in combat or to make noise and wake everyone?
Alert.
Alert, yeah.
Okay. So,
Really
Mr.
wanna
Servos,
warn
We
someone.
don't want it blowing holes in a deer.
Hopefully he doesn't keep waking us up. Hopefully by doing this he doesn't wake us up every fucking couple of hours during the
yeah, that would be bad. Okay, so
Be up and keep things.
one thing to do real quick. This shouldn't be important, but since the party is camping, this is a time to break it up. If you would all look on your character sheets, because when you level up your character, it does go ahead and tell you what your new hit point total is, but it doesn't change your current. Everyone go ahead and make sure that your current hit points matches your total.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
Sitting a solid
So-
35,
so-
baby.
So the max?
Max.
Yeah, set your current hit points to your max.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
This is still 10.
How we
So-
I gotta repair that later.
Okay, so now that Mr. Servos has his trigger warning set up, I'm going to need somebody in the party to make a perception check to check around the area just to make sure the there's nothing here that's going to be problematic.
Okay.
I'll do
All
it
right,
too.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang and June are making some great perception checks right off the bat here.
Mm-hmm.
Hoogly doogly. Okay.
Everyone's
June's
making
gonna.
perception check?
June's almost gonna.
Not
Yeah, this is
Callie,
just to
because
check out
Callie
the
is
area.
setting up Mr.
Oh,
Servo.
no, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
not-
Fuzzy.
not Callie.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay,
Killing
so between you three, you fan out around the area, do a quick search, and thankfully you find that there is nothing wrong. Let's see here. But because you checked and you succeeded at the check, then whoever is on watch as we go through the night, you gain a +1 bonus to perception checks that you make during your watch.
Okay.
Okay, so then let's go next to all of the other stuff that it comes for
Nighttime.
the exploration and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're talking about modes of play here. All right, so for exploration, when you are setting watch, there is a amount of time that all of this takes. Let's see here. This is based off a party, so that we've got 6 party members.
Mm-hmm.
That means the total amount of time that the party will need, if you are going to do rotating shifts for everybody, then the total amount of time that everybody's going to need, also get their full night's rest, is going to be a total of 9 hours and 36 minutes, which y'all can definitely use that amount of time. I just want to be clear that. And it does mean that each individual person's watch lasts for an hour and a half.
Okay.
So, the question I need now is, who wants first watch, and then we just go down the line there of who is doing which watch.
I'll go first.
All right, June's up first.
If there's no objections.
Tim's gonna be up. Tim's gonna be up all night because he only needs he can't go in a rest state for longer than 2 hours. So he'll just be up all night too.
Okay, so
all night she's just gonna let Mr. Servos do it.
Okay, Mr. Servos is taking Callie's turn.
Okay. So for my watch, you said that Tim was going to be awake, right? Or that they're going to be asleep?
Yeah, for most of the night.
Okay.
Well, here's my quick question though for Tim. Are you going to get your at the beginning or 2 hours somewhere else?
2 hours towards the end.
To the end.
2 hours towards the end.
Like
okay.
whoever.
So
yeah, whoever takes the last shift, Tim will go sleep.
Okay.
Then.
So
let's see. What is Tim's passive perception? Oh, that's not one. Okay, so never mind. Don't even have to worry. Tim, you see that as I'm like very fucking paranoid. Like I'm like looking over my shoulder every time I hear a like a hoot or a gust of wind.
Yeah. Tim's mostly just like keeping an eye out and turns the scanners on every so often.
Mm-hmm.
He takes out a cleaning kit and he starts like clean out the damages from his other firearms and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Should I take a perception check?
I'm going to need, well, since you're both awake, I'm going to need both June and Tim to make a perception check, please. And there is a thing in the area.
And I do have a +1, right?
Stealth DC. Yes, and you both have a +1 due to the scoping the area out first.
Well, that's a 13, so that's going to go up to a 14, I guess.
22.
22. Okay. All right then. So for the hour and a half that you two are on equal watch, while June, you don't really pick up anything that is out of the ordinary for being out in the woods and having animals and all that sort of stuff. Tim, as you are, at one point, like June's on one side of the camp and you're on the other side of the camp. You're looking at opposite. And Tim, you can see that very briefly, as it passes in between you and the moon, which is big and bright up in the sky and is mostly covered in obsidian at the moment. So it's a very shiny, reflective moonlight. You see something flying that passes in between like you and the moon. So you just get a silhouette. It is pretty far away, so determining actual size is difficult, but from just the vague silhouette that you see a winged creature with 4 limbs. So it's got 4 legs, but also 2 wings. And just to be clear, it doesn't look like a dragon or anything. It doesn't look like a dragon. These are bird wings. Yeah, these are bird wings, not like big bat draconic wings.
Tim will like lean over like to June. It's just, I saw something a second ago that was like 4-winged or 4-legged with wings. So I don't know what it was, but keep an eye on.
Yeah, it was distant from where you are currently at, but I'm going to go ahead and say that Tim, with that perception check, you get kind of whatever that thing is. It's probably predatory.
I'm just gonna talk in character. You saw something with 4 legs in wings?
No, 4 legs, 2 wings.
2 wings.
Bird-like.
Do you think it was...
Tim loads a bullet into the musket.
Moon's haunted.
Moon's haunted.
Moon's haunted.
Just gonna see like June's face just kind of like deep in thought, and she sees you load a bullet in your pistol. She's going to load a bullet in her coat pistol, ladyfingers, and she's just gonna have that kind of at the ready as she kind of does like that, not like arms folded, knees pressed against chest, you know, kind of not sulking, but kind of curled up position.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And okay. So, as your watches are closing out, this time you both actively see again this same shape, to give you a bit closer sort of idea of the silhouette you're looking at here. It's bird wings, and obviously it's hard again to gauge actual shape and distance with this, but you guys can tell that this thing is probably at the very least man-sized. So you're talking like wings that are probably around 15 feet for like total wingspan. So it is quite large. There is something very weird with the head shape going on. It looks like maybe it's got horns, maybe it's got antlers, or something along those lines. Also, its back feet look clawed, while its front feet look like there are no claws. It is very slim towards the back end, but the front end is very bulbous comparatively. Bulbous. But it swoops around, and you both definitely do get the feeling that it has seen the camp. It doesn't come closer, but you both get the definite feeling it has noticed you as well.
Do you think it's some kind of animal or something else?
I'm not sure. Hopefully we won't find out. Can Tim do some kind of like...
Neither of you have any sort of related skills.
Mm-hmm.
But I will allow you to try a recall knowledge check, and you can use either nature or arcana, whichever one you want.
Can I do an intimidation check to make myself look
to look bigger?
Scary?
Can I start shouting?
Just something to make myself look less like a target.
Well, first of all, like Tim, Mr. Servos is right behind you. You're not going to be big and scary with Mr.
Yeah,
Servos.
good point.
Yeah. June is actually going to slowly scoot like under Mr. Servos.
Yeah.
You said nature and survival. Nature or survival?
Nature or arcana, either one.
Didn't they theoretically wake up somebody who has like better
I mean, they could, but really the thing is, it's just there for a moment and then it's gone.
Just,
Okay.
yeah, we don't know what that is.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. Neither of you have seen it.
Yeah.
Fucking. Now you can tell the next person who comes up on watch.
Mm-hmm.
So the next person, you can just make them alert, like, "Hey, we saw, flying around." So that brings up the next question. When June does finally tuck in for rest, Tim is still on watch. Who is the next person to come up on watch?
I will wake up Callie.
Okay. All right. Callie, you are on watch number 2.
Okay.
So,
should I do a nature check just so I see if I get has any
well,
sort of like recollection?
they give you a vague description. So yeah, go ahead and make a Arcana check, whichever one you want.
Hold on.
What I missed?
I will do my Arcana check.
There was a big weird bird creature.
People don't know shit. But Callie is the smart bitch.
She gets it from
Smart
the
fish.
She does get it from her father, but you know what? What I'm going to tell you is that, like, Callie, you don't know what it is. Even with that 19, you're still not really sure what it is. But I'm going to say that you get that it is probably something that's magical in some form of nature, and that it is definitely predatory, and it probably can see extremely well at distance and in the dark. So, and of course, it can fly.
Okay.
So yeah, you know all of these things.
Okay, I will put that vague description inside Mr. Tell him to be on watch for anything matching or fitting that.
It is bigger than a dog. So if he can see it as it comes in, he technically would alert.
It is predatory. Okay, well, I want to change his from alert to attack if that thing gets within range of attacking range.
Mr. Servos is at ready command to attack.
If it gets in attack.
June is going to take her rest, either underneath or at the base of Mr. Servos, like basically like using them as protection.
Honestly, smart move. Okay, so then let me make a check. Okay.
No.
The whatever it is, it does not show up again during Callie's watch. Okay. So, Callie's watch proceeds quietly. Callie, who are you waking up for next watch?
I will wake up Jamal.
Jamal. Okay, so Jamal goes on. Next watch.
Maybe.
I wake him up because it seems like the smarter one. He'd be able to that thing from like miles away.
Yeah. Gunslingers together strong.
Together strong. Trust, Tim's gonna launch that thing.
I would also give him a vague description as well.
All right. Well, you know what? Let me, since Jamal exists as a character, Jamal can make a check on that. Let's see here. He's not trained in Arcana. In nature, but you know what? He's slightly better at Arcana than he is at nature. So, Hail Mary.
Lord of Grace.
No.
Worse than Tim's.
Yeah. Callie's like explains this to Jamal, and Jamal's like, roof, and then he pulls out a gun and cocks it.
Yeah, he's just like.
But yeah. Okay, so Shuni goes on watch. Let me check for. Does this thing come back again? Nope, it does not. So that's another watch down. All right, Jamal is then going to wake up Laria.
I'm guessing.
Again, a game of telephone is done.
It just gets worse.
This information is passed down.
now.
So, Laria, there's a creepy Mothman out there. Make a check. Nature or Arcana.
Oh shit!
Ooh, there we go. There we go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so as the thing is described to you by Jamal as he crawling back into bed to get the rest of his sleep. His little he's dug a little like trench that he's like laying in underneath Mr. Servos. But this gets explained to you, and as you're just like on your watch, thinking about it, something vague pops up into your mind from a previous Leshe lifetime ago. On the other side of the planet, in the Kingdom of Thorns, there was a time period where your spirit was piloting a different, plant body, and while visiting some elves that lived also there in the Kingdom of Thorn, they were having a problem with a nocturnal flying predator that would swoop in unexpectedly in the dark and take elven like sentries and guards people, specifically like armed and armored people. It would take them out by like flying in, hitting them like a fucking missile, essentially, and then immediately leave. And all that would be found left is a dead body that was very specifically had its entire heart and most of its lungs gone.
Jesus.
And the elves called this thing a periton.
Jeez.
It's probably a good idea to put Mr. Service on attack mode.
Yeah, a periton. The other thing that you would know is that while this thing is an animal, very very vaguely speaking, it is kind of like a chimera in that it's a bunch of different animals sort of like smashed together. Basically, if you take the worst traits of a wolf and combine it with the worst traits of a hawk, and then combine all of that with the worst traits of a deer, you get a periton.
Oh god.
And then on top of all of that, you give the thing intelligence.
It's probably a good idea. Everyone's hiding under Mr. Service.
Yeah, I would explain that to Tim if he's still awake.
Yeah. Well, Tim is still. Let's see here. We've got Shadow Wizard Money Gang left to go on watch. So Tim's about to go to bed. So you explain this to Tim of that thing likes to rip people's hearts out.
You might want to be careful.
Like that shit will kill you. Which actually, funny enough, just so that again, this is another one of those things where like this thing has a special ability that Tim is technically immune to because Tim doesn't have a heart.
If he takes Tim's core, you've lost Tim.
Oh yeah, that's what this thing would do. Is it would take your core. It would rip your core out of it.
Grabs my core and Tim is gone.
And what I'm going to tell you, Tim, is that this thing is smart enough to know that you don't have a heart, but you do have a core, and that it can take it if it really tries.
I'm gonna kill it.
So maybe you'll get the chance to.
Maybe put a self-destruct button on my core.
So the Tim and Laria finally get their rest. They wake up Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Shadow Wizard Money Gang is given the information that this thing is a nocturnal, usually, flying predator that is a chimeric-like creature that is freakishly intelligent. So, you're all by yourself, Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
All right. So,
so let me first of all let me make a check to see if the thing swings back on by. Oh my! Okay, so Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. What is your perception DC? You take whatever your perception bonus is and add 10 to it.
I know my perception. I know the big number is 7. I have a mod that's +2. Proficient in perception.
Okay, well but the 7 though is your total modifier. So that means you have a 17 perception DC.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make note of that with my player notes here. Perception DC 17 for Shadow Wizard Renegade.
Don't make note of that, please. Do not.
Well, I'm going to be getting this
Forget
down
it,
for
forget-
everybody. I'm going to be getting this down for everybody, so I don't have to
Forget
keep asking. But let's see. Oh goodness. Okay, so
There's a lot
Shadow
of
Wizard
monsters
Renegade.
in Pathfinders.
Oh,
there
yeah.
are a lot of monsters.
Mhm.
Shadow Wizard Renegade. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, the thing has swung back around to take a look at the camp. Its stealth is greater than your passive, so you're going to need to make an active perception check to see if you can capture this
Oh
thing.
no.
Oh god,
Can I use a hero
That's, I mean, yeah, you can, sure.
point?
No.
Okay,
Oh my
That's-
God.
that's just right there on it. Okay, so,
Okay.
Ooh,
Thank God.
all right, so Shadow Wizard
Yeah,
Renegade. Nothing happens on your watch.
Just in case,
Insofar as you are aware, nothing happens on your watch.
I'm gonna have Scorchy Ray as a reaction in case this motherfucker tries to swing back around.
All right. Now, okay, so it's since also Mr. Servos is has been set to attack if it detects anything. Would you please make a active perception check for Mr. Servos?
Alrighty then. Please be high.
Oh God.
Ooh, a 21.
Marco.
Mr. Servos might actually detect this motherfucker. Okay,
Let's go.
let's see.
Just,
Just sounds like a SAM missile. Just
I imagine it's gonna
Okay,
wake everybody
so-
up though.
Okay, so yeah, as dawn is like lifting up over the horizon, or well, actually, it's still dark where you are because of the shadows that are cast by the rising land to the east. So dawn technically has broken, and you can see the outline of the top of the ridge, you know, in the pink gold hues of the sun coming up, even though it is still dark where you are at. For a brief moment, Shadow Wizard Gang, as brushing off the ass side of your robes from where you've been sitting, and you're getting ready to tell everybody to hey, wake up. Mr. Servos suddenly activates, and turret whips around to point the other direction, and brings up its attack, bashing arm, and there is a sudden rustle in the trees and whatnot. You accidentally startle a deer and the deer just takes off the brush thing. Exactly that same thing happens. You see the tail end of a creature that has feathers, tail feathers, has a feathery backside and eagle claws, but it runs away like a deer, leaping through the woods for a couple of bounds, and then you see big ass wings come out, and the thing just takes to the sky and shoots off.
Jesus.
So it runs away, or
Yes, it runs away. It got close enough that it activated Mr. Servo, and then immediately took off.
I got scared because it can't take its part.
So everybody gets woken up by Mr. Servos right there at dawn. 5 minutes early, before you would have gotten up anyways. Wakes up from him whipping around and doing the beep beep boop attack, kind of thing. But he immediately calms down because it leaves. It's no longer approaching the party. It leaves. So he immediately calms down, but he does wake everybody. Pardon me.
good on
Tim
Mr.
rolls out holding the gun, just ready to fire.
Good
Combat
on
roll.
Mr. Servos.
All right.
Good job,
So,
man.
Now,
as everyone is getting up, and the sun is rising here on the next day, as everyone does their daily preparations, I need somebody. So you guys pick one person to make a nature or survival, that person's choice, to try to predict the weather.
Oh, I have predict weather.
Oh, just like flat.
I have the skill predict weather.
All right. Well, Tim, predict some fucking weather then, please.
By observing solar indicators, you may
I have a
try to predict
question.
today's weather spontaneously.
I do have a question. How many days has it been since we were
Read out.
Since you were
out in the dungeon? Yeah.
it has been now 1, 2, 3 full 24 hours since the last time that you guys left the dungeon. So it's been 3 days.
I only asked because of my alchemy dedication, giving me
Can I stand on
24 hours?
Yeah, can I stand on Mr. Servo's?
I would ask to craft stuff, but I feel like if I add more shit to Mr. Servo's, he's just gonna.
Mr. Servo's is at his.
Oh
hell yeah!
Holy shit, dude!
All right, Tim. It is.
I know the
Tim
weather for the next 3 days, baby.
So Tim gets up on fucking Mr. Servo's. Yeah, he just pulls out a weather sock and starts turning in a small circle. It makes that sound like when you activate a weather tower.
I do have a question. Can I use one of my reinfused agents to make coffee?
Yes, you can.
What's up? Do that then.
Do you want to make that blood eye coffee?
Sure, I'll make it immediately. Blood eye coffee, bro.
Just make that. Just make that. Fucking
it's gonna rain.
It's gonna rain. But yes, actually, Tim, it is going to rain. It is going to rain a lot.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
So
well,
Tim,
I mean, actually, that's not bad for me.
Tim, since you know that it is going to rain, I'm going to need you to roll me a d12, please. Just / roll 1d12, or from the dice roller. All right. So, in 4 hours, the rain's going to start.
Dang it.
So,
how long will it take for us to get to the place?
It's going to take you several more hours. So, speaking of which, we are now going to move to the regional map.
Nice.
Okay. So, now on the regional map here, if it works like it's supposed to, all right, get on over there. Okay. So on the regional map, you guys should see that it is dark, except for an area around a little pointer down here.
Yeah, I think. Can't you do like a shift click and like ping us and snap us to it?
Yeah. Let me shift click down here.
There you go. Yeah.
It may be a good idea for you to change your zoom to the zoom to fit, so that you've got the whole map there on your screen.
Oh, you can do that.
Yep.
How do you do that?
If you click on the where it says the actual percentage that your zoom currently is, click on it, and you'll see a thing. Who's moving shit around?
My bad. Sorry.
Timothy.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Timothy.
My bad. I didn't know.
That doesn't come up.
Sorry, Dad.
Wait, you click on the percentage and you do what?
Okay, above the plus in the corner, you should see a percentage that says what your current zoom is.
Mm-hmm.
If you click there, you should see a drop down that has a zoom to fit option.
What the hell? That's not.
It's a little thing on the side.
Yeah, it's like you literally where you scroll in and out of the zoom. It doesn't quite work on my end, but just because the way the layout is, but it's all good.
Yeah. Well, it's fine.
At least the Fog of War's reset.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, Timothy. Technically has already revealed a thing with the map function.
I wasn't paying
so everybody can move the pointer around. Okay, I gave that to everybody. The pointer allows you guys to see where you currently are, and each one of these hex grids is a half-mile distance. So this is basically just giving you the area around. And
Okay,
when
so
you
I moved
guys
it again.
and when you move it, it will update for areas that you have already seen, and those places will remain lit.
Mm-hmm.
So, what we're going to do now is you guys are going down the path towards the camp. So, your current overland speed. Stop moving the token. Your current overland speed
The DM's gonna take the privilege away from you guys.
is literally a mile an hour. So you get to move every hour. You get to move 2 hex spaces.
Damn.
So let me put you back over fucking here.
I mean,
Sorry.
we're just following Torque's direction, right?
Yes, you're following Torque's directions, and she's leading you on a. It's honestly it's a very winding sort of trail. Torque is essentially using multiple game trails and other little tracks that have gone through here. There's plenty of evidence.
I was about to ask, why is there so much map?
There's so much map
Because-
because there's a whole hell of a region for you guys to explore. There's stuff on this map.
This is a continent. This is a world.
World.
I mean,
Technically, this is 12 square miles
yeah.
of land is what this
Damn.
map
Good
covers.
lord.
I mean, to be fair, it's
Yeah.
like
I'll be right back.
this is like oh, you can even see on the ruler. This is like just 1 mile, which isn't
Damn.
which isn't that crazy of a distance, but you know, like you know, in like relative terms to us, you know, like with cars and whatnot. But
Yeah, but on foot with literally no like ability to look around. Yeah, this allows you guys basically though to see where you have been on the map, so that you can make choices on where you want to go after that. But this little pointer is going to represent the party as a whole. So you guys are fully awake. You take an hour to do your daily preparations, which includes Tim like forecasting the weather and all that sort of stuff. So at basically 9 in the morning, the party sets out on the trail.
Anybody else want coffee? Callie asks the whole party, does anybody else want coffee?
I will gladly take your strongest coffee.
Alright, Blood Eye coffee it is.
That shit's illegally.
Okay, I'll remove one of my reagents. How does it work when I give the item? Do they just take it?
They just take the item, which means they now have the item in there. So if June wanted to just immediately, down the Blood Eye coffee, which I believe it is. It is Blood Eye coffee. Blood Eye coffee. So that we're clear here, what it does, if you drink a cup of Blood Eye coffee, you will need to make a saving throw, DC 14, because this truly is asking the potion maker for their strongest potion. Except Callie's not going to argue with you that you're strong enough for their strongest potion.
Yeah.
Constitution.
When you ask,
what?
It is a fortitude save. Yes, please.
Okay.
When you ask Callie for her strongest coffee, and she
Hey, exactly
All right.
14.
That's good enough. All right, so it takes about 10 minutes for it to kick in, but after about like 10 minutes, June is feeling it. June will now have, for the next 8 hours, June will have a +1 item bonus to her AC, and to any saving throws where taking penalties that are caused by fatigue. So if for any particular reason you become fatigued, you get a +1 to saving throws versus it.
Okay.
I'll take my Blood Eye coffee as well.
All right, then you will also need to make a fortitude save.
God, I needed that.
The fortitude save.
No.
Okay then.
No. And my fortitude save's actually really high.
Okay. So, so that also means that Callie, you've got the same bonuses, right?
Yes, but I'm addicted now.
But yeah, but now you're going to like need.
God damn it, bro. Is there a way to fix that?
Well,
addiction
you can get rid of it. Yeah, you. Well, there are addiction suppressants. You can also have somebody who's trained in medicine help that. But now the thing is with Blood Eye Coffee.
I need help.
The thing with Blood Eye Coffee, though, to also point out here, is the only way you can actually progress in the stages of Blood Eye Coffee is taking more of it within the 8 hours that it runs. So if you don't,
I won't do that.
so if you don't take any more coffee in the next 8 hours, you won't go past that first stage.
Okay.
I mean, you'll still be addicted. Let's go ahead and clear that. You'll still be addicted. It's just you won't go past the first stage.
Damn it. Damn it. I got lost in my own sauce, bro.
Literally. Okay, so that means that the party makes their first fucking hour worth of travel. So that's 10. Then we got 11. And then like 12, 13.
I also have reagents.
Fucking 1 p.m. And when you guys get to here is when the rain starts.
Oh,
wait, no, excuse me. When you get to here is when the rain starts. Okay, so the rain does come in. It is a rainstorm. It is straight up a heavy downpour, which severely limits visibility. So, like Mr. Servos has his brights on. Torque, however, assures you guys that like it's not far. We're basically, on the doorstep.
Are we there yet? No.
She does, however, though, at this point take she does take the time to have the party like pause briefly, so that she can let Gloria know that you guys are coming. And the way that she does this is Torque just grabs like some fucking like rocks and some grass and some like tree branches and whatnot that are just scattered around from you, rolls it up into like roughly a baseball sized like clump of shit in her hands. Then she does a little like dance in the rain that's is flinging out water from her as she's like spinning around and hopping and all that sort of stuff, and then she just baseballs it into the air, which goes up about as the normal rate that you would see somebody who just threw a ball into the air. But then it suddenly rockets forwards up into the clouds.
Oh.
And then there is a loud kaboom that goes off, including a sparkle of like blue light that then pops and fizzles as she literally lets a firework in the sky to signal that like, hey, I'm almost back to camp. So Torque has a special spell called Skyrocket, which literally does that. She can grab some random ass shit, ball it up together, and then just throw a firework into the sky. That on a clear day can be seen for over 10 miles.
Oh shit.
Good gracious.
Yeah, on a clear day, but this is obviously not a...
They're a walking signal flare.
Yeah, so wham boom. Yeah, Torque is a walking signal flare. She is also a walking dowsing rod.
She's just the best.
Damn.
She do got that razzle dazzle. All right.
Who could possibly design a character so amazing?
I wonder, yeah.
I fucking wonder. Okay, so that's 3 o'clock. Then we got 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock,
6,
Yeah,
and
my
then
addiction is
6
about
o'clock.
to
At about 6 o'clock is when you guys finally reach the camp.
7 o'clock, 8
Okay.
o'clock, rock.
let's go.
So, the rainstorm keeps up for about 2.5 hours. So it is wet by the time y'all get here. Approaching sundown, so again, the hills behind are just ablaze with the sun setting light, but it is still quite moist and damp. But this camp, as Torque keeps referring it to, as basically she's leading you all around the hill. and coming up to where it is, you see a much broader hill. Like, this is basically right up against of the plateau that is that higher elevation. Where at some point in the past, this whole half of this hill was completely excavated, like a mining operation. There is no one else around as y'all approach the fort, so wherever her friend Gloria is at, she's not like at the door to meet y'all. But this place has palisade walls.
Damn.
It's got there's a fucking lookout tower like right at the opening, which is just a raised platform basically, and there are multiple like interior the inside of this into like smaller subsections. They're all like wood palisade walls and everything. The first subsection that you enter into is pretty just broad and empty, but there is over to the side, you guys can quite clearly see, there is a you can call it a lean-to or a shed maybe. It's basically just a like 3 walls and a roof, and in that 3-walled roof area there is a bunch of racks which are set up that can be done with leather, and also a whole ass forge, which at the moment is not lit and going, but there is a whole fucking forge, an anvil, sharpening stones, all that sort of stuff is just sitting right over there. So you have a whole set of tools set up if you want to do any sort of like smithing or anything like that.
Is this a camp
So
or a
smithing-
fortress?
Which probably only applies
Yes.
to Callie, if we're gonna be honest.
Torque
Oh, Tim's got
explains.
crafting.
Torque explains that this camp that she just keeps calling it.
Camp.
Her and Gloria
The
found
giant
this place
palisade walls.
about a year ago, and that it was probably originally some sort of like mining operation, and for reasons that Torque is not aware of, when they found it, it was abandoned, and because it was a defensible location out here in the middle of nowhere, it really fit for like Gloria's needs, and
It's haunted.
it's a bit better than
Okay.
like say roughing it out in the woods. The second shaded area on the interior is a little bit higher up. So this is basically like tiered. So like your first tier is where you have your watchtower and where you have forge. The second tier has 2 more of those like lean-to structures, and this is clearly set up to be like a kitchen area. They've got multiple like tree logs that have been cleared off to be used as like tables and things like that. There's even a couple of stools just kind of like pushed up under one of the palisades, to keep them getting wet or whatever. The third area at the highest part is another place that has like multiple like archery targets set up on it. Has a very commanding view of forested area out in front of you, and there is a big ass door that is placed into the actual side of the hill, which is where Torque tells you that's where the old mine was, and that's also where like her and Gloria sleep at, is in that little interior, because it's not actually that big. But Torque tells you guys to wait a moment, because she's pretty sure Gloria's probably going to be hiding the mine. So she goes over to the mine door and she knocks on it for a moment. There doesn't seem to be any sort of response, and then Torque makes this like whistling noise, and then there is a repeat of that whistling noise that comes from inside of the door. So Torque opens up the door. She says, "I'll be right back," closes the door behind her, and for the next few minutes the party is by themselves in this campground.
Oh no.
Time to do
Everyone
mischievous.
is-
Time to do mischievous.
Tim goes, all right, so are we thinking this is an elaborate plan to get us robbed?
Don't worry, that's what the big ass gun is for.
I don't know. She said Gloria is big enough to take on that big snake thing. I'm afraid Gloria might like go tete-to-tete with Mr. Servos.
So
Torque, I trust. And to be fair, with
Yeah, I
with
trust
that
Torque.
thing chasing after us, this is probably the best spot we could have found. Who knows what would happen if it caught us out in the open like that?
True.
Yeah, I agree with
but
you.
as you guys are, out here discussing all of this and whatnot, and like I said, you have a pretty commanding view of the area out here in front of you. I'm going to ping it on the map. Obviously, you can't see it because it's dark, but I'm going to ping it from your position. You guys can see what looks like a sizable body of water over here.
Oh.
And then
Stream.
further off in the distance, and I'm talking like miles, obviously. Further off in the distance, you guys see smoke coming from the trees over here, like a campfire or a chimney or something.
Maybe you want to note that down. That's some
there's also smoke coming from over here. There's a little bit of smoke.
I mean, it would be even more suspicious considering it's raining.
Well, it's not currently raining. The raining have stopped. Yeah, the raining has stopped.
Right.
But here in the evening, you guys see some smoke coming from a couple of locations. Like I said, there is some largish body of water over here, and there is also very, very distantly, but you can see it because it is sitting at a sort of equal elevation to you. There is clearly some sort of actual fortified location over here, like full on, like fucking like mortar castle walls. So there's something very distantly at a way the fuck over here. There are multiple things of smoke, like I said before, that are coming from all over this this middle area. So you got multiples of that. So after a couple of minutes, though, Torque opens the door to the mine, and she comes out and she says, "Okay, yeah, it took a little finagling to get Gloria to come out and see you guys. I think I mentioned she's nervous," and Torque kind of like, finger quotes. She gets real nervous around other people. She's not very good at company and everything. That's why she doesn't come into town with me. But she's a real sweetheart, and she's been trying to like get better, at meeting people. So if she seems a bit awkward and odd right now, that's kind of what it is. She's still really trying to, to work up the feeling. But anyways, let me introduce you to my good friend Gloria. And then Torque kind of gestures towards the door, and out, literally crawling out of the door, comes a just absolutely huge woman.
Big
she is
lady.
a big bitch. She's a very, very big lady.
Big lady.
An absolute
Gloria.
Unit.
Gloria is an absolute unit. Gloria is a what is known as a Trolsch. The Trolsch are a race of humanoids. They are giants specifically. Although Gloria, when she stands up, is roughly about 8 feet tall. So she absolutely dwarfs everybody in the party, and she's almost as big as Mr. Servos. So yeah, she is still half is a lot closer than any of you get. Like she can look Callie in the eye when Callie is writing Mr. Servos.
I would assume,
But either way, question: who would be bigger, the Gorgon we saw, or Gloria? Or I guess like just from
in overall body mass, the Lamia would be the bigger one, but like the kind of the problem with sort of like doing that out is the Lamia is very, very
long
and has a lot of coils. So it's a little difficult to like figure out actual mass, but if you could think about it, Gloria's torso, Gloria's torso and the Lamia's torso are probably roughly very equal. But But Gloria is while the Lamia's pythons might be sick, Gloria is thick in every direction, and
Oh yes.
like in the few little steps that she takes from the door to get vaguely closer to the party, like you can feel the ground shake with literally every footstep this woman makes. She is barefoot.
Like a little cartoon, little jump every time the ground shakes.
Yeah, like she is barefoot as she is, walking around, and you can clearly see that she only has 4 toes on each foot. She also has only 4 fingers on each hand. She's got 3, regular digits in the thumb, which is not actually normal for a troll. Most of them have 5 digits, like you guys do. But the other thing that is common knowledge is that trolls can mutate depending on their location. So this is probably a mutation that Gloria has had due to where she's currently living at. But either way, she is very dark colored, like skin wise. She's like a dark sort of like purple, black, blue kind of shade with lighter gray freckles, except the freckles are not really freckles. They look like stone that's literally embedded into her skin, kind of like sort of thing. She has a very dark, like the whites of her eyes are actual a charcoal black color.
Oh, her sclera.
Yeah, her scleras are charcoal black, and she has otherwise golden colored eyes. She has a couple of tusks. Which are much, much larger than Torque's. Like Torque's are so small, Torque can close her mouth and you don't see them. Gloria's go all the way up to her eyes. That's how tall they are. They've also have had holes drilled in them, of which she's got like 2 little rings put through her tusk. She also has horns, which have been they've got like a spiral pattern in them, and she is wearing the remains of a large wrought iron cauldron that has been banged and shaped into a like breastplate piece for her. And she's wearing more bits and pieces of other gear, like barrels and pieces of weapons and other stuff like that aren't normally clothing, but she's just wearing. But she comes out. She does not meet anybody's like. She does not look anybody in the eye. Like you're just getting like quick glances, and then she immediately like looks down, looks away from you, kind of like sort of thing. And then she lets out a quiet but very bassy sort of rumble of like hello, to meet all of you guys. And
Tim cannot blush, but you watch the thermometer in his neck go up a little bit as his core starts to heat up.
She's adorable.
Core temperature rising.
So I believe we found best girl.
Temperature rising.
So yes,
most definitely.
You hear Callie just being like, is anybody using that forge over there? As she points to the forge.
Gloria glances that direction, and she looks back over at Callie, and again, for a moment, like she looks at Callie, but then she looks away, and Gloria says, "You can use it if you want to."
Splendid.
Well, Callie's making herself at home.
Splendiferous.
She's already getting to work, I think.
I must get to work. Things need to be done. The to-do list is still very much not complete.
Torque says that you are going to be here at camp for some time. And she kind of like looks at Torque, and Torque is like gesturing with her hands of like, you can do this, kind of like sort of thing. And Gloria looks back at the party, and she said, I want to just say that you are welcome in my camp. Anyone who is a friend of Torque's is a friend of mine. And Torque, like reaches over and like pats, Gloria on a thigh that's literally thicker than, her own torso.
Bigger than
And she,
multiple.
Probably thicker than her.
Gloria's thighs are like thicker than all of Torque. But she pats Gloria, on the, friendlily on the thigh, to let her know that she's done a good job. And then Gloria goes on to, kind of quietly tell you guys that, essentially Mikasa is Sukasa kind of like thing. And she points out that if you want to set up...
Gloria a question?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What are with the other, because I asked her, what are the other smokestacks that are in the area about, like, why are there other smokestacks in the nearby area?
Gloria kind of brightens up actually for a moment, and then she says, those are the other homesteaders that live near here. Sometimes I trade things with them, like I do hunting and fishing and things, and I sometimes get more than I need, so I will go near them, where I can drop off things, and they will in return give me things like corn and beans and things. They are mostly they are pretty nice. Like when I see one of them, I try to get too close, because they are they are like you. They're smaller than me, and I don't want to accidentally hurt anybody. But when we see each other, I try to always remember to wave and say hi. But they are nice people. And then she looks over in the direction of the fortification off there in the distance, and she does point to that, and she says, "Except for those are not nice people." Well,
right. It is definitely
at least the ones that I have met, they are not nice. Some of them could be.
Now turns their mom.
Well, you seem very nice, Gloria, right?
Yes, my name is Gloria.
Well, any friend
That's a very
of
nice
Torque,
name.
any friend of Torque is also a friend of mine.
They're gonna just say, "Yeah, it's nice to meet you."
I will also ask, what, who exactly is the, like, that, barricades? Who does that belong to? Do you know? Like, the barricades over there, exactly. Do they belong to any specific, empire or, people?
Gloria looks like she's trying to, like, find an answer, and then Torque kind of turns and looks at Callie, and she has a, like, she's got a frown on her face, unhappiness, but she says, the current occupants of that old fort over there are they're orcs. They're from the kingdom, where I'm from. They're
not very friendly, are they?
I'm just asking to see if I need to avoid that area or not.
Well, if you're trying to avoid a fight, then yeah, don't go over there. They're not friendly.
Do they have
any
specific worth that would be worth stealing, some might say?
Well, I mean, besides the actual, like, fortification itself, I don't know. We've only actually, and by we, I mean me, I've only actually talked to one of them. And he wasn't like terrible, like he didn't like attack me on sight or anything. But I don't know if that's because, I've got orc descent, so I don't know if that was the reason or not. But he talked to me and didn't like pull a weapon on me, but he was very defensive,
aggressive.
and kind of aggressive. What I
Callie
think
knows that
is
down in
going
her
on.
notebook.
What I think is going on is I think there's probably actually a group of other Balkans over there, probably former military, so they may be well equipped.
Wait, what's a Balkan?
The kingdom of Bak is where they come from, so they are Bakan. So like Torque herself is a Bakan because she comes from the kingdom of Bak.
Okay, makes sense.
Also, so is Gloria. Gloria is also a Bakan.
All right.
Yeah. Although Gloria comes from a completely kingdom.
All right.
Torque points out. Yeah, Torque points out that Gloria, even though Gloria is legally a citizen of the kingdom of Bak, Gloria, like her family and like where Gloria was born, is actually inside of the Druge trading company. So like really far away is where Gloria was actually born.
The Druge Trading Company.
Yep, the Druge Trading Company. They are extremely distant, and that's where most of the Trolls live at, is over there. And they are historically allies of the Kingdom of Bak.
Very interesting.
So, but yeah, so that's where they're from, and they know that they're fortification, and at least one guy talked to and was not like a super duper asshole about it.
Okay.
Other than that, since it's been mentioned about like going out and exploring the area, Gloria points out that the water over here, which is where she does a lot of her fishing, there is a large marsh that is attached to it, and in that marsh, you're going to find all of the normal, marsh creatures that you might come across. There are alligators and things like that in the marsh, but the thing that she specifically points out, though, that is something you should be aware of, is if you see a giant snail, do not approach it. It is dangerous.
A snail?
What if I kill the giant snail? Do I be?
That would be impressive. Gloria would actually be honestly impressed if you killed that giant snail. She
Oh,
threw a tree at
bro.
it. She threw a tree at it in the past.
Tree at it?
The tree.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, she
How
hurled a
giant
tree
are we
at
talking
it.
here? How giant are?
Actually, that's a good question. Let me tell you exactly how.
Can I also do a nature check to see what kind of snail she's talking about?
Okay, so again, you can use either Arcana or Nature to figure out what kind of beastie she is describing.
All right. Let's see. What do I have higher?
How bad?
She does say though that she points at Mr.
What's up?
We cut out.
Gloria points at Mr. Servos and says that it's a little bit bigger than that.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm gonna do an Arcana check just to see.
No matter how big it is, how bad could it be?
I'm gonna do a nature check.
Snails are really slow. Right?
Can I do it? Can I do an Arcana check?
Dang.
Yeah, sure.
Damn it.
Tim got a 20 knowing about snails.
All right. Yeah. Tim, if you had a mouth, you know that they're supposed to taste good if you cook them right. Okay, but with that 25, as you're like thinking about like what could Gloria be talking about here, and Gloria explains that she calls it a snail because she has no other thing that she could compare it to.
It's her only point of reference.
Yeah, it's her only point of reference, because it does, at least from a distance, appear kind of slug-like, and then there is a big-ass shell that is attached to it that it, like, moves along with. Beyond that, though, like, that's the closest, like, after that, it no longer looks like a snail. But it is gigantic. As far as speed, this thing could run down Callie, but the rest of you can probably get away from it.
God damn it.
Yeah, it could run down Callie if Callie's on foot.
Could I outswim it?
Yes, you could outswim it, but only barely.
Good.
It will take anybody else in the
Barely?
water.
Barely.
Yeah,
I
in the
got a
water,
23 for a
this thing
ride.
will take. This thing will take it.
Gosh damn,
okay.
bro.
So,
Well,
between
that's terrifying.
Shadow Wizard Moneygang and Laria, between the two of you, you guys can put together that this is a creature that is rare. Thank God.
For real.
That for those people who know about these things, they call them Amelicanas. And the Amelicana is, first of all, it is smarter than your average animal, but it's not like people smart. Okay?
Smarter than the average bear.
But it is smarter than it is honestly smarter than your average bear. And while that is definitely disturbing in and of itself, the worst part of it is that it has built-in projectile weapons.
Oh no!
Shit.
Yeah, it can basically spit slime at you, and
Never
while
mind,
that definitely
boys.
while
We are
that
not
while that
going
is
for a swim.
definitely while it is definitely gross in and of itself that it can spit slime at you, after it spits the slime can follow you and attack you.
It spawns slimes. Oh,
God,
no!
bro.
Yeah, so it spawns slimes which are then independent that can move around and like whack you. So
And probably
I
slow you
just
down.
looked up a picture of this thing. This thing is
It is-
horrifying.
it
Who
is
in their
horrifying.
right mind came up with this?
You
but
would definitely be a legend though for slaying that.
Why does it
beast,
have
though.
legs? Why does it have
Yeah,
legs?
I know,
yeah,
that's the worst part.
It's got legs. It's got all kinds of like badness just going on it all
right,
over the
boys,
place.
Avoid the lake at all costs. That's
Okay.
The notion
Yeah,
now.
for real.
Well, Gloria points out the lake is mostly safe. It is the marsh that this thing is its main like
Oh, yeah.
territory.
Is there anything in the lake? Like down in the depths of the lake? How deep is the lake?
Gloria can confirm that if you more than a few steps, it does get over her head. So it's more than it's more than
Jesus
8
Christ,
feet deep.
dude.
The
What's
lake
that
is
lake
the
hiding?
lake is more than 8 feet
Well,
deep.
that's
She knows that
about
there's
an Olympic swimming pool.
again. She knows that there's fish in that lake. There occasionally she sees like gators and things like that. But the giant snail thing, the Amelicana, it hunts around in the marsh. So long as you're not really in the marsh, shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Which
Hopefully, I don't run
I'll
across any
point out.
merfolk.
Yeah,
a
so
typical Amelicana is 9 feet long and can weigh up to 2,000 pounds.
Jesus fucking
2
Christ.
ton
That's,
snail.
that's
Wow.
a lot of
Yeah.
that's
It-
a lot
it
of French
is-
people that are happy.
yeah, it is
That's a lot of gross.
critter. It is a critter that is bigger than my fucking Chevrolet Colorado. So
Bigger than my house.
yeah, so like this thing is quite big. It's quite dangerous, and it's splunkered down over here in the marsh.
You wouldn't think a snail is fucking deadly, but it
Um, But yeah, she points out that there is that. She also says that
That's
there
fine.
are some caves and whatnot here, hills and mountainous region.
I'd like to explore some caves.
And even though like for some reason this particular like mining camp essentially they found it abandoned, Gloria points at Torque and she says that Torque can feel that there's still stuff buried in there, which Torque confirms that Torque can feel that. She does not elaborate, but she does like, yeah, sure, there's stuff down there. I
We
can
gonna
feel it.
find
I just go down there and there's fucking like myth or something.
Oh
like that.
god.
But yeah, so she confirms that there are caves in the hills. She says there is a nice lady These are Gloria's words.
Nice
there is a nice lady who Gloria has met directly north of where the camp is, up here on this side. There is a nice lady over there who lives in that area who Gloria thinks is like some sort of like hunter trapper or something like that, because there are no houses over there. She's never found a campsite as she's wandered through that area. There's just this lady that occasionally shows up,
kind of like a nomad or something.
Yeah, kind of like a nomad, but she is one of the few people that Gloria will allow close, for reasons that Gloria cannot explain. Whenever she's around, Gloria is calm, and they have pleasant conversation and have traded small goods and that kind of thing.
It must be a witch. I gotta go investigate now.
Other than that, Gloria says there is another over in like this direction, but she almost never goes over there because it's kind of a trudge to get all the way over there, and there's a smaller one with a nice trail right there. There is a bigger lake over, and she generally just avoids. She also just generally avoids that area, because that's where most of the homesteads are, but she occasionally does wander over into that region.
Oh, homesteaders.
Okay, so with all of this said, Torque and Gloria point out where the party can put all of their shit, so that it is, so you just have your walking around, where they set up places where everybody can like sleep for the night and all that sort of thing. The actual mine shaft, essentially, that is built into the hill is where Torque has her like personal room. It's also where like Gloria has a little like spot, essentially, that's hollowed out for her that she curls up into. It's filled with a bunch of like hay and like fur and whatnot, that she just curls up in. It's even got a little privacy curtain.
She's like a
See, you ain't have to make Gloria this adorable.
she's like a giant rocky grizzly bear.
She is like a giant rocky grizzly bear, except she's not furry. She can though, as I mentioned earlier in the call, one of the special abilities that Gloria does have is if she does get her hands on you, and there is a solid surface within reach, she can introduce you to that solid surface at terminal velocity. So that's not fun.
Specifically terminal velocity? Is it
specifically
terminal velocity, or is it just really fast?
Well, it's really fast, and you also take you and the surface both take 4d6 damage.
I love the fact that it says the surface also takes damage. That's just how hard you get hit.
It is. Yeah, it is. The surface also takes damage.
I'm more caught up on the fact that he's asking, "Is it actually terminal velocity?" As if he's like actually planning for this to happen.
Well,
I was just
something else to just kind of like point out as far as like combat abilities. If you're thinking like, okay, if Gloria did get into a fight, how would she fare? As mentioned, she did throw an entire tree at the giant snail. So there is that.
Yeah.
Gloria's
rock.
Yeah, like she threw a rock, but she meant an entire full ass tree. So Gloria, so that she
like
has
or like redwood.
I mean, we're talking like an adult pine tree.
Okay, that's pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah. So like she threw a chunk of wood that was in the thousands of pounds area.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
But essentially, Gloria is a large-sized creature, and Gloria counts as a huge-sized creature when it comes to her lifting and carrying capacity.
Wow.
She can just haul an amazing amount of crap. If she had to, she could pick up Mr. Servos and walk away with him. So she has that ability. She also has the, choke slam you to death. One of the pieces of her equipment is a really big log, which she can just baseball bat with.
I love that.
But either way, though, they point out where you guys can rest, and that is what then happens. So we're going to transition now to morning of the next day. So first day actually at camp. The party now has the option to decide whether or not they want to go out and do any traveling. Now, if you are traveling on the trail, the established trails, if you're traveling on the trail, then you move at 1 mile an hour. If you go off of the trail and you go into, like, say, you know, this wooded area over here, you're moving at a 0.5 mile an hour.
Damn.
So, you've got the whole day ahead of you. The sun is up. It is 9 in the morning. Everyone's done their morning daily preparations. So where does the party want to go here on this first day?
Callie wants to kind of stay, perhaps.
Okay, so Callie is going to dedicate her day for... does anybody want to dedicate their day to looking around the area?
I want to go fishing.
I would like to look in the mines.
Shadow Wizard running game would love to go fishing.
Okay,
Nano really wants to go fight that
they're gonna get
giant
lost in the
snail.
mines. Okay.
all right. So Tim, okay,
okay,
so well, first of all, Tim, the mine that is located here specifically, it's like 75 feet deep. It is not.
Oh my god.
It is
bro.
not
You're
down.
gonna be skipping and crawling along the way. You get lost in the mine.
But Gloria says if you want to, like, you know, really find a place, that's what this other X is down here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you go down there, there is another that you can spelunking into. So that's an area that's known. She does say that there are other caves in the, like, far north, like up here. But she says you might not want to go there because she's seen big birds nesting in that area, and they can get, you know.
How big we talking?
I was gonna say, hold on. Tim goes. Are we talking
If she
large
thinks they're
hawk,
big,
or are we talking like a rock?
If she thinks they're big, they must be massive.
Gloria holds her arms out
Like
all
how
the
many
way
trees?
to the sides, and she's like, "That's the length of one wing."
Oh God, that is definitely a big bird.
Yeah.
Not going that way then.
Yeah, she's
so they are
she
massive.
says there are big birds that nest over there. They get protective of their nests, so be careful if you go there. But down south there is a much more there is the lake area, and if we're going to go in two different locations, I am going to go and duplicate where the token is.
I'll actually stay and craft with Callie.
Okay. And then we're going to create a second token. All right. So, does anyone want to go with Tim down to the other mine?
Nope.
All right. Tim is going.
All right, fine.
I would
Tim
send Mr.
goes to the
Servos,
mine.
but that seems like
Okay,
a bad
so-
idea.
So Tim's going to go to the mine. Is anybody going to go with Shadow Wizard Money Gang to go fishing?
We're staying away from the marsh. We're not fighting.
June,
I will.
we'll go fishing.
I'll send Mr. Servos with them.
Okay. So Mr. Servos comes along as backup, and you guys come down over here to
In case things
the pond.
get hairy.
All right, so we got June, Mr. Servos, and Swag over there at the pond. We've got Tim down at the cave. Swag Wizard. We've got Laria. We've got Laria and Callie staying at camp to do crafting. I'm going to say that Jamal sets himself up on the watchtower there at camp, just so that he can keep an eye out for stuff. So that is what he is doing. All right, so with the party currently split up, first thing we'll do is Tim. So Tim,
Oh,
down here in the hills, it takes you several hours, honestly, for you to get down there and look around. You're not going to have a lot of time to really look into the caves before you need to get back. So during that time period that you are down there in the caves, first of all, the cave that gets pointed out to you is basically a ground level cave. They're like the hills are beginning to like pick back up. This looks like a natural cave opening that's roughly ground level, so you can pretty easily just walk into it. It is big enough to, at least here at the entrance, to accommodate a huge-sized creature if it had to. Although there is no evidence of a huge-sized creature being here. Let's make that clear. It's big. It's a big opening.
Mm-hmm.
I want Tim to let me see here. Let me pop back over here to our exploration stuff. All right, so Tim. All right, so as you are looking around down here, Tim, you can either do the scout action, you can do the investigate action if you want deeper detail. You can attempt to avoid notice if you want to try to be sneaky about it. So, while you're down here, I guess the first and foremost thing is Tim going to even attempt to be sneaky?
Tim doesn't. I mean, Tim wouldn't assume that there's anything down here. So,
okay.
Nah, I don't think so.
All right. Do you want to do an in-depth investigation, or do you just want to scout?
I will do an in-depth investigation.
Okay. So you are going to do investigate as the action.
And what does that do?
All right. So investigate for exploration. All right. So what you will need to do for investigation is you will need to make a perception check. So we'll do that first and foremost. Okay, 14. All right, that's not terrible. All right, so with your 14, as you are investigating, you find that one, this particular cave does not show any signs of being worked over by anybody who's specifically trying to mine. There is evidence though of humanoid visitation, relatively recent. You find some tracks, a little bit of rope, a broken pool handle, that kind of thing. So there's been people in the area sometime recently-ish. As you are checking down into the cave, first of all, the cave, after about 40, 50 feet or so, switches into where your light amplification for your low light vision is in, and then it starts just to continue to get deeper and darker and colder as you go into this cave. After about 200 or so feet in, there is a drop-off, and it goes down beyond your range of sight. But as you're looking around, there are bats in this cave. There's limestone deposits in here. There is ample hard stone, which could be mined as a resource. So you see all of those things, and you all can spot some clearly visible metallic ore that is just poking out. So there's at least some metallic ore down here as well.
Hey.
Okay.
Other than that, there's no big creatures. There's just the normal sort of assortment of animals that you get around here. So there's all of that. There doesn't seem to be any particular main predator. It's not like this is a bear cave or anything like that. However, though, that backdrop, as you're checking that off, you do find a piece of rope that is tied off that, and then goes over the edge. And when you check that piece of rope, that piece of rope is only about 20 feet long. And at the end of that piece of rope, it has quite clearly been severed with a tool.
Oh, well, those people are bad.
So, whatever was on that rope, which could have been somebody who was setting up the climber, that rope is cut at the 20-foot mark down, and you don't see anything else below it. Not even the ground.
I'm gonna do 3 things. All right.
Okay.
First thing, can I do some kind of survival check to see? You said it was humanoid footprints. Could I do a survival check to see if it was a human or if it was something was like humanoid acting, if it might have been something a little bigger than a human.
That is a thing that you can do. So
I was
let's
gonna say
see
I have
here.
experience tracker. I don't know
Yeah.
if that'll help.
Okay. Well, experience tracker does help. Yes. You can attempt a survival check to get that information. Let's see here. Let me check and see. These are old tracks, so the DC is going to be tall, but you can aim for it.
Oh,
That's not going to be tall enough.
Good God, I have a plus 7.
However, I'm going to tell you, you can see that these are people tracks. This is something that was humanoid, human-sized, wearing shoes, all that sort of stuff. The tracks are more than a week old, though.
Gotcha. Okay.
so
They
they're
are-
hella dead. Is what you're
Second
saying.
thing I want to do. The second thing I want to do is I want to see if I can collect any of this mineral or any of this metal ore. I'd assume I'd carry like a bag with me, and so if I can just like either break some off or just like pull it out if it's like.
Tim,
Well, I'm
you don't
assuming I
have,
can't
you don't
pull
have,
it
a,
out, it's
you
in
don't have a
stone.
mining pick. You don't have a mining pick.
He starts
So,
headbutting the.
you don't have a mining
Yeah, I don't
pick. You don't
have-
have any of the
I don't
tools to do any of that sort of stuff. So, yeah, giving it a look over it, you know that you're going to need to get tools to take samples.
All right, and then
Third thing?
I guess the last thing I'll do before I leave is I'm assuming I have a torch, right?
Assuming what?
I'm assuming I have a torch on me, correct?
I don't know. Is it in your inventory? Because if the answer is no, it's not in your inventory, then no, you don't have it. But you are a robot with low light vision, so you can see in the low light of the cave, but you can't. But if you don't have a light source, you can't drop it down. What, you do have that? You do have that.
I bought a bright bullet. I bought a bright bullet, a singular bright bullet from that.
Okay.
Shoot, and I come. My man, you're
I'm gonna
solution
shoot
for everything
down the
is just
hole.
shoot for.
Okay. Shoot down the hole.
His solution is quite literally shoot first, ask.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Cool. Tim, you're like, oh hey, I've got that glowing bullet. Load that into your gun. You point it into the hole and pull the trigger.
Oh god.
There is the boom weapon, because I'm going to assume you're not doing this with your silenced gun. So there is a loud kaboom.
I would.
Now this is a biggish cave. So even though it's very loud, it's very echoey. The bats fucking scatter. So there's this just wash of bats as you do this. But Tim, you see that bullet streak down into that dark hole until eventually you're just looking at a pinpoint of light. And then it finally hits something and ricochets off, and then goes into an air and then disappears. So as best your rangefinder can tell, before the ricochet, that bullet traveled at least 700 feet.
Man, whoever got cut off that rope really had a bad fall.
All right, I'm heading back.
They hella dead.
Yeah.
Hella dead.
I feel a great disturbance.
Hella dead.
For a long ass time, I think.
I mean, I'm assuming there was no way Tim could have just dropped the bullet. He couldn't have just like, oh, let me.
No, it is
I just wanted
literally
to-
triggered by you
has to be
pulling the trigger on the
fired.
gun.
Yeah, it's like shooting a glow stick, I think, right? Essentially.
Yeah, it's like shooting a glow stick.
And well, I just can't
Or-
get over that this man was like, hey, maybe lighting a fire and throwing a torch down the thing would be a smart idea, but I pulled a fucking gun and is like, I'm gonna shoot down that fucking instead.
In defense, he did wander down here with basically no equipment whatsoever that would help in that particular.
Nobody came with me. I was hoping at least one other person with something would have been like, "Hey, sure, let's check it out."
I was
you know what?
thinking of sending. Well, I was thinking of sending to service with you. can't really carry much.
Yeah,
And
Mr.
I mean,
Servos is kind of like
I would have
tapped
gone
out.
with you, but I got stuff, so I want to craft first.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
that reminds me. There are also containers that are available at the camp. So I will, after we're done, I'll let you know what containers are there, so you can unload from Servos into available containers.
Thank
I no
God,
longer have a
bro.
light bullet. I
But while
probably wouldn't have
Tim,
gone back to camp. I might have gone with the
while Tim is having
with these people.
while Tim is having his adventure, so while you're still at the cave, Tim,
Yeah.
June and Shadow Wizardman Gang roll up on Mr. Servos up to the bank of this small lake pond thing that's here, which, just for reference, is about 1.5 miles, long ways, and at its widest point is about 1 mile.
Okay.
Although right here, it's only about like a 1/2 mile wide. So you get up to this lake. It is a tranquil lake. Very distantly, you can see where water is either being fed in or out stream head that's like over on this side. And also clearly on the other side, you can see where the land turns very, very marshy. Otherwise, you've got regular sort of like birds and animals and everything that are just around here and, enjoying the water feature. You do see some deer distantly that are like, sipping some water and, drinking gin and juice. And all that sort of shit. So it's very...
Juice. You just caught me off guard and I just heard it. You son of a bitch.
them deer are about to be a menace. But yes, it's very tranquil. It's very nice. There are no giant snot slobbing attack snails within visual range. So here you are at the lake. Now I believe that Shamsel specifically said that he wanted to do some fishing, and I have a question for you on exactly how are you going to be.
June just gonna how
are you going to be
kind
doing
of like
the
look
fishing?
out at the lake, just kind of hands on shoulders, like just then just kind of turn. Did you bring a fishing rod?
I am the fishing rod.
What are you gonna do?
Shadow Wizard started sticking at the ground, find some worms, wrap it around his vines, and he just stick that in the water.
Oh, that's
Okay.
I mean,
He turns
All right.
himself into a trap.
So June like turns around and looks at. Did you bring a fishing rod? He's like, I am the fishing rod. A thin stick slowly starts extending from the robe.
that's disturbing.
Oh my God, bro.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't even want to begin to imagine what appendage that could be.
Don't worry about it.
No worries.
Mr. Servos is in the back just beeping and booping.
Yeah, Mr. Service, I'm going to say he just goes into idle mode. He will do the same programming shtick that he did during camp, where he keeps out an active eye, and if something bigger than a dog approaches the party, he will alert the party to it. But at the moment, Mr. Servos is calmly beep booping while y'all are standing there at the side of the pond, and June is desperately trying to not imagine what that other end of that stick is connected to.
It's just
but-
my arms, bro. Don't worry about
But
it.
Shadow isn't one gang. You enter into a Breath of Fire style fucking fishing minigame.
Oh man, I haven't played Breath of Fire in
Escape.
forever.
Okay, so, Seamus, if you are actually going to fish, then if you would pull me out a survival check. Which, are you trained in survival?
Yes. No.
Okay, good. No, you're not. Okay. All right. So, Seamus sits there like he's fishing, and whatnot. And I mean, honestly, it looks like he is. Yeah, just like for real life. He's just sitting there chillaxing, and you don't get any bites or anything. But while you guys are down there, I am going to ask both of you to please make perception checks.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Let's go.
10. Okay, that's.
Okay.
June is
So-
just mildly perturbed about just like slowly seeing that, like can't get the image out of that just sticks slowly extending out of their body.
Yeah, while June is like still trying to like process this, and Chad Wizard Money Game is like, doop de doop, I'm having a mini game. Yeah, neither of you noticed this until neither of you noticed this. Actually, roll a perception check for Mr. Servos.
Oh God,
Alright.
please, Mr. Servos.
I rolled a 20 on perception. What the hell?
Oh no.
Well,
Damn it.
that's the thing. This thing's an ambush predator.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
So, as you guys are sitting there and whatnot, there's beep booping in the back. You guys hear a splash. That's definitely a louder splash than like a fish, just like jumping in the water or whatever. And it draws your attention over to the other side of the. So this is a full, like half a mile away. But you guys look over at the marsh, and clear
Oh my
as
God,
fucking
it's a
day,
snail.
there is a snail that is.
Oh my God, it is the snail.
That is as big as Mr. Servos. It has multiple eye stalks, and while it's just sitting there, partially in the water, not really moving or anything, it does really mimic a gigantic snail. But then it starts to move along the edge of the water, not towards you, but just along the edge of the water, and you can quite clearly see there is a long row of like millipede or crab legs that this thing is like trucking along on, and there are also floppy tubules or something like coming out of the shell, which is all like the shell, honestly, very pretty color, but like it goes along, and then you see it pause, like it stops for a second. You see the eye stalks like twist around and whatever, and then it dips its head down, and when its head comes back up, it has like a fish that's like half the size of Callie herself in its lamprey-like mouth, and starts and just munching away on this big giant fish directly across the this pond from you guys. So it's not attacking you guys, but
June
it did get real fucking close without either of you noticing it.
June immediately turns around, says nope, and starts walking back to camp.
Nope.
Starts with walking back to camp. Doesn't even get
I've
back-
reached my capacity for shit today. I am heading
Doesn't
back.
even get back in Mr. Servos. Just.
Like, I'm leaving. Okay,
And
so
tried to call me moron. She's like, no.
the coffee.
Nah,
wall,
dog.
Yeah.
okay, so
That's not a
I
snail.
I'm gonna
That
go
is something
fishing
else.
One last time.
all right, then give me one more cast of the reel with a survival check.
Ayo.
Oh, okay, you do actually catch.
Oh,
You do actually catch a small fish. Okay, which by the way, the DC for that is only like a DC 13, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's not like a high DC. But yeah, you catch a fish, so you can at least say you did catch something. And then you and Mr. Servos catch up with June on the trail a little while later. The three of you then also Tim on the trail as he's coming back from the cave. Assumedly, y'all swap stories with each other.
Yeah, June sees Tim and instantly says, "Well, can't go to the lake."
Lake's
Lake's
haunted.
haunted.
Yeah, yeah, like
it's haunted.
Lake
Jack-
is haunted.
yeah.
Like everything else, everything is.
Lake's
No.
haunted.
nope,
You know what's
nope,
not
snail.
haunted? The
Um,
mines.
I'll go when I'm done crafting, boy. Calm down.
We have to burn the whole lake down.
You don't have to.
Okay, so this then brings up the question for Callie and Laria. What specifically were y'all spending the day crafting?
I wanna, like I said yesterday, I wanna smelt down into like basically cold iron armor for Mr. Servos.
Okay, so you want to like
Shield
you want to
and
start the process of smelting down the crankshaft to then turn that into a shield for Mr. Servants.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's 1 day of crafting towards that goal.
All right.
All right. Now, you'll need at least another day to like smith that thing into something that's fucking usable.
Will it go a little faster?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh.
Actually, Callie is already moving at the maximum speed.
Callie is the kind of person that says instead of cooking something at 300 degrees for 10 minutes, I can cook it at 600 degrees for 5 minutes.
Exactly.
It's the coffee addiction wearing off. Like
now if Callie had access to like a full-on industrial workhouse, could do it in a day, but this is not an industrial workhouse. It's a surprisingly well-fitted blacksmith setup for a forge, but it's not that good. What is Laria doing?
Like I said, she's just helping.
She probably doesn't even understand anything Callie said.
I'm trained in it, but she's probably more like advanced, so she just says like, yeah, you could just do this.
Okay, so you're just helping out with that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right then. So, alrighty then. So then, the party goes to has dinner and whatnot. Gloria, as the evening becomes starts to set in, Gloria comes out and she gets a big bonfire going up there on the top terrace. And she, from inside of the mine, she brings out some hunting spoils that she managed to capture earlier, and she gets those set up on like sticks and whatnot to like start roasting meats and some vegetables and whatnot. So Gloria's basically handling the cook, and Torque is out there to help with and whatnot, but essentially she's just letting Gloria show off the skills that Gloria has. So Gloria handles cooking for dinner, and like tries to talk to you guys, find out what you saw and everything. Gloria can confirm for Tim that pit in the back is real deep. She does not know how deep, but it is real deep. So she can confirm that.
Shot in there.
And that snail is big and sneaky.
We need to get a new lake because that one has that one's no good.
Has a snail.
That one's no good. Yeah.
Well, there is another lake. Gloria says. Well, in the couple of times that Gloria's been out there, she's never seen a giant.
Good.
She does say though that if you go back down to the lake and you walk north up the side of the lake, you will eventually see a bridge that leads over the river. So she gives you guys directions to where there is a bridge.
Oh, okay.
So there is a bridge there, so you can easily, because otherwise this is a pretty broad river, such as it were.
Okay.
So she lets you know that there is a bridge crossing there that you can do. She also mentions that bridge farther north where there are some rapids, but there is a bridge that goes over there, and so if you wanted to go up to the North Caves, or if you wanted to go meet the nice lady who lives up north, you could take the bridge that goes over and then take the bridge that waters, and that'll put you in that area. So she lets you know that.
All right.
But she takes care otherwise of the cooking and everything for the next day. So day 4, which let me open up my notes because there is a thing here.
We have scripted events, guys.
Tim turns to Callie and says, there was a ton of metal in that cave I went down to, so if you ever need some more, there's a lot down there.
Callie's eyes light up. Metal, you say?
Yes.
There is metal.
I don't know what kind, but it was shiny.
Torque just reflexively says it's iron.
Oh, cool. Sick.
It is, in fact, iron.
Okay.
Let's see here. Day 4. Tim, while you are doing your daily prep, if you would spend another 10 minutes to check the weather, please.
Oh, you got it, baby. What was it, survival?
Yes, please. Predicted weather. It's cloudy. It's a bit windy.
It's fucking cloudy.
It's fucking cloudy.
Sorry,
a bit
my windsock got a hole in it. My bad.
It's a bit windy.
It's a bit heckin' windy.
It's a bit heckin' windy. There might be rain later. So, anyways.
Y'all make sure you carry an umbrella.
Like an actual forecast.
Yeah. So, yeah. Tim's like, it might rain, maybe. Wind today. Wind today. So since Tim doesn't know, I'm going to be the one to roll the d12. Okay.
No.
All right. Okay. So here it is. Next day, 9 a.m. Let's talk again on what the party wants to do. So, Callie, since you are our crafter person and you do already have a project that's in the works, do you want to take another day to continue craft?
Yes.
Okay, so Callie is going to remain at camp for crafting. Is anyone else going to remain at camp?
Somebody help me with my addiction.
Sure,
I'm addicted to Blood Eye coffee. It's real bad.
It was fine for me.
I will also start crafting an addiction.
All right, so you'll make a medicine check to help her with the addiction.
Since I'm trained in it, I might have to help her out with some medicine stuff.
I made my brew a little too extra strong.
You are working a little too fast here. You're gonna mess some shit up.
Yeah, she's like not blinking. She's like twitching. She's like, I gotta craft. I gotta smith. I gotta do all these things. I got a fucking to-do list. I got stuff.
Okay, so, then,
You like a medicine
Callie and Larry, yeah, you'll need a medicine check. So Callie and Larry are going to stay at the camp. Tim, where would you like to go today?
The other people, it's like, do you guys want to check out with me? He looks around for like a pickaxe. He looks around for a pickaxe. He's like, I'm gonna try.
I will send Mr. Servos with you. If you put the minerals in him, and then like pick up
I'll
Okay,
you
so
do a
just me and
medicine
Mr.
check
Tim?
and
or me and Mr. Servos.
I'll go with Tim to the mines.
okay,
Yay!
so Tim,
Mr. Servos.
Shadow Wizard Running and Mr. Servos are going to head down to the mines. So that leaves June, really. What is June going to do?
June is going to stay at camp and, I guess, talk a bit more with Torque and Gloria.
Okay. All right, then. So, today will be a day spent at camp, except for Tim and Shadow Wizard Running and Mr. Servos.
Yeah, June saw that Senta snail and was like, I'm good for now. I'm going to stay at camp.
That's going to be a hell of a no for me, champ. All right, so let's see here. So
I hope 16 is enough for
Please, you must help me get over my addiction to Blood Eye coffee.
Bless you.
Bless you.
4 hours.
Bless you.
5 hours. Okay, so that half of the party goes down there. A 16 medicine check get over the addiction for for the blood eye coffee. Okay, so
speaking of which, I use I forgot to mention this, but 3 of my used reagents to make alchemist fire, and then I'll give that to Mr. in his
okay, so
launcher.
Mr. has the bomb launcher attached to the gunner seat and has 3 doses of alchemist fire to fire with.
Yes, in case there's anything in the mine.
All right, and so that we're clear here, just in case it does come up, Mr. Servos at the moment cannot fire that himself. Someone has to be in the gunner's seat in order to launch those.
Okay.
All right, one of you's got to be in there.
Yes, one of you has to be in the gunner seat to actually. Okay, so for those of you going to the caves, you spend most of your time actually traveling. So when you guys get down there, Tim, you wanted to get some stone and ore samples, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so for you, I need an athletics check. Shadow Wizard Money Gang, are you aiding with the gathering of supplies, or are you checking the place out?
Column A, column B.
A little bit of both?
Yeah, a little bit of both.
All right, then. So Tim is doing the back-breaking labor. Meanwhile, the 8-ball is going to be looking around. So for the 8-ball, I need to make a perception check.
There we go.
Hell yes. Ooh. Okay, so while in the background, you've got that like tink, tink, tink of Tim like beating away at the walls and whatnot. You're kind of looking around in the cave, same sort of stuff that Tim already told you about, and then you get back to that giant fucking hole that drops down. And Shadow Wizard Money Gang, you see that it is a hole that just drops into absolute black. But as you're scoping out this hole, give you some dimensions. So you have essentially the tunnel, such as it is, takes a 90-degree turn straight down, and the drop is so precipitous you cannot see anything, even with your limited low light vision and that sort of stuff. You can't see where it ends at. But as you are checking it out here, this hole is about 20 feet wide, and it is about at its widest point in the other direction. It is only about say about 10 feet, so it's more oblong shaped.
Okay.
But when you're looking down it though, you notice that that hidden in the side of the cliff face that is facing, the cave that you're standing in, because it looks like rough stone, but as you're getting a good better look than Tim did, you notice there is actually there has been handholds which have been carved into the rock.
Oh.
So there is specifically a place to climb up and down from this position, but it was built specifically to make it not easily noticeable.
See.
But that does lead down into the darkness.
Let's see. If I were to climb down it, would that be an acrobatics check or something?
It would be an athletics check.
I am not trained.
I have good athletics.
I'll go ahead and tell you the DC to climb down this ladder is low. It's only like a DC 10 athletics check. But the thing is, though, is that like if you fail, you fall. You get literally one reaction to catch the ledge, and if that fails, you keep falling, and this is a deadly drop.
20 feet's deadly? Really?
No. It's 20 feet wide. The depth is over 700.
Jesus.
That's a long fall to your dad.
Don't worry. I hear if you turn into a goldfish, you can survive the fall.
It's such a far drop.
That's funny, but not funny.
It's such a far drop. It'll probably be like an hour.
Yeah,
decision.
You know what's funny?
Tim will hear your death scream
for like hours.
It's the goofy fucking noise.
I have been.
I mean, we could tie a rope.
30 minutes.
He comes back 20 minutes. You still hear him screaming.
I was thinking, as a funny haha, if I happen to do fall, Lamau telekinetic projectile to slow my descent.
Yeah, I can vaguely think of a way that it might help. But either way, if there's any rope or anything that
I do have rope
want to use, then you might want to tie yourself off before you climb down.
You could tie yourself to Mr. Servos.
Tim
you could tie yourself to Mr. Servos.
So if you want to tie Tim, I was gonna say Tim has good athletics. If you want to tie Tim to Mr. Servos, we can try and go down a little bit and see if there's anything, or maybe like a hole in the wall or something.
Callie, Callie already use the magic 8-ball to tell if
Yeah, she did.
Fuck.
She didn't. No one's used it today.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's per day, not per week.
I'm gonna shake the magic 8-ball, saying,
"You're gonna find the magic 8-ball in Mr. Servos."
Oh shit.
Yeah.
No, oh yeah, that's right.
Just
all right, I
rummaging
guess
through.
I'll have Mr.
No, we have. Yeah.
Okay, you've got the magic 8-ball.
The magic 8-ball is in Mr. Servos. We have Mr. Servos.
Yeah. I'm gonna shake it and I'm gonna say, is there a chance that I'll survive this?
It swirls around. You see the little triangle with words come up on it, and it has written It has written dead ass. Actually, what it has written on there is it has written native lost language. It has written on there yeah, LOL, smiley face.
I mean, it didn't say how big a chance it was.
Yeah, you did just ask if there is a chance.
You asked kind of a vague question.
Quantumly, there's always a chance.
Yeah. I don't know why you asked such a vague question.
You should have probably been more specific.
You should have been like, do I miss this fall? Do I fall?
Am I about to fall to my death?
Probably should have asked something like that.
But yeah, it gives you the sure, lol, answer.
Yeah, technically.
So, Shadow Wizard Moneygang, you stand upon the precipice. Do you proceed or do you back off?
I am gonna tie a rope to Mr. Servos, and I'm gonna try and climb my way down there.
How long is your rope?
You don't have good athletics.
How long is the rope? I don't think it's 700 feet long.
You also give him a lecture. You're just like, you better not drop me. to the rope to Mr. Servos.
Mr. Servos would simply stand his and therefore not drop the rope. But how long is the rope? That is actually important.
I do not know. I just know I have a rope in my inventory.
Okay, ropes normally come in 50-foot sections.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So tying.
I just 20 feet rope and tie a knot on that and 70 feet rope.
Yeah, 70 feet. Hold on, really quick. I just want to paint the picture of Tim is over here mining iron, and then turns
and sees him do that,
staring into the abyss, shakes the ball, and then goes and grabs rope. I'm like,
and then he jumps in the hole like the god.
What is it?
All right, so
there is a method
Shadow
to my madness.
Okay, so Shadow Wizard Moneygang. I'm going to say that you can take the little bits of rope that Tim already owns and the stuff that you already have on you. That once you've tied off yourself and Mr. Servos, that you have a full 50 feet that you can drop down this hole before you reach tension with the rope. If you are going to just jump, I guess do so, and I'll roll damage for when you hit the wall. Or do you want to actually use the provided ladder to try to climb down?
I'll use the man-made ladder, obviously. I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid.
Okay. All right, then. I'm going to need you to make that DC 10 athletics check.
Let's go.
All right. Okay. You make the athletics check to climb down. When you are 50 feet, when you hit like the taunt part of the rope as far down as you can go. Let's see here, actually. Do you have low light vision? I'm pretty sure you do.
I don't think I do. I think I have just normal vision.
Okay. All right.
I do
Let's see
have a torch.
here.
I do have torches on me though.
Yep, yeah, you do have a torch. And since you're held by the rope and a place where you can anchor a foot or whatever, you can light a torch, which gives you additional vision down. So you can see as far as 90 feet down this passage. So I'm going to say at the very edge, so like literally 100 feet down this ladder, at the very edge, you can see that there is actually a ledge that sticks out from the cliff face. So some bottom, not the actual bottom, but something you could stand on, is about 100 feet down. And you can also see on that ledge what very clearly looks like a wooden crate of some sort. It's not smashed, it's just placed there.
Is there anything around the crate that I can use a telekinetic projectile to smash it?
You know what? I'll say that you could break off a small piece of the surround and use it as the telekinetic projectile to fire down at the crate.
All right, I'll do that.
All right then. Dead ass. Okay. So you find a loose chunk of stone within reach of the ladder. Take a look down at that crate that's right there at the very edge of your vision, and you just rocket that piece of stone into it. It hits the crate. The crate goes bang and breaks to pieces, and you can see several small objects kind of spill out of it. One of these small objects is round enough that when it spills out of the crate, it rolls, reaches the edge of the ledge, and then falls down the way into pitch black nothingness.
No, I wanted to use an telekinetic projectile to catch it. Fuck!
There are other pieces. I mean, but one of them does just go completely over the fucking edge. Shadow Wizard Moon Gang. There are several little pieces now down there on that thingamabob. How do you want to try to get down there or do anything? You could untie yourself and keep climbing. That is an option. But dangerous, yeah.
I'm gonna use Detect Magic to see if any of those things are magic items.
Okay. Now, don't quote me on this, but I'm going to say yes. But I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure that is the case. Let's see here.
So, Tim, midway through picking out these iron deposits, turns and looks and sees no Seamus.
Yep.
And then he just hears.
You turn around. He's gone. Then you hear an echoing bang, and then followed by an echoing "fuck no." Okay. Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Tim's like, I'm gonna explain this to Callie.
You do. you do detect a ping of magic down there in the crates.
Hmm.
And as you are,
One falling.
and as you are picking up this, that's out of range. But as you're picking this up, this like ping of magic, make a perception check, Shadow Wizard and the gang.
Oh.
That's
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
you don't
Hero
hear
point.
you don't hear anything.
That would leave me with 0.
Yeah, you don't hear anything. Yeah, you keep bank that one because if you die.
Oh shit.
Oh, good point.
So, you don't hear anything, but as you're like getting that ping, suddenly the ping moves ever so slightly. And then stepping into the very edge of your range, you see a humanoid figure holding whatever the object is that's pinging as magical.
What?
You can tell that it's humanoid. It is human-sized. It turns so that vaguely you can see it looking in your direction. Although you're not really getting any sort of like features or anything. It's just a kind of a silhouette, basically. And it turns and looks up at you. It twirls the object in its hand, whatever that happens to be. Does a thing where it's like it's tucking it into a belt, and then it begins to like. It reaches over, and then you see it pull out what can only be a fucking broom or something, and start putting all of the shit back together, and then dragging the box and the scraps and whatnot out of the range of your sight.
You know what? I'm just like, you know what, my bad. I didn't think anybody was here. You know, my apologies, sir. I'm gonna go now.
It answers you in common. A voice calls up from below and is like, it's going to be difficult to find the bit that fell off, but I guess no harm, no foul.
Oh, that was certainly polite.
Do you
Hey,
like
is there
to-
something down there?
Hold on a minute, Tim. Please. I'm
Okay.
working.
My bad.
It's all good. What was that thing that did roll off, though? If you don't mind me asking, because if there is a chance for me to get it, I'll gladly get it for you.
It was a toy that I bought for my son.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck. All right.
It's okay. I know that you probably can't see very well down here. You've got a torch. I'll find it. It's not really that big of a deal. You want to be careful though down in these caves. It can get dangerous.
How dangerous are we talking?
Well, there's the fall, obviously.
I know that much at least.
Occasionally there are cave-ins, and well, there are some things that do live here in the like shallow dark that are dangerous and deadly in and of themselves, and some of my neighbors aren't, you know, what I would call friendly.
Do you have neighbors down here?
But otherwise, though, do you have lead weave?
Lead weave? I don't
Yeah.
think I do.
Well, you might want to pick up some lead weave then before you. Otherwise, the radiation might kill you.
What? There's uranium down there? There's fucking uranium? Yeah,
Nervous chuckle. Nervous chuckle.
Oh, damn. Callie really wants to go down there now. Uranium.
But otherwise,
That's if Seamus tells her about it.
but otherwise, the voice calls back up, and the guy steps, you know, right there onto the platform. So again, you can vaguely see the silhouette of him, and he calls back up. My name is Dan, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
What's your name?
Seamus.
Seamus, are you in Tim guy who I can hear mining behind. Are you guys settlers or prospectors or what?
I guess the honest thing you could say, really, is that we're just visitors.
Okay, that's fair. I do trading with some of the surface folk, so I try to get to know who lives in the area. I'm not scheduled, though, to come back up for a week. If you're still in the area, maybe we can have a discussion in a not dark cave.
I would gladly enjoy that, and maybe I can give you an IOU or something for your son. I'm sorry about that again.
It's all right. I mean, it's really just like, a soccer ball. I can find it. There, I'm pretty sure there aren't any mushrooms that look like soccer. But otherwise, you and your companion Tim, you guys be careful while you're hunting around stuff down here. Oh, and if anything starts to, don't go anywhere near it.
If anything starts to what?
Glow blue.
Glow blue. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pretty useful sign to look out for when something.
Your mic cut out again, Fuzzy.
It's a pretty easy sign to see when something is radioactive.
Oh, I see. The demon core.
Yeah, it puts out fucking Chernikov radiation.
Uranium. Oh, even more interesting. Demon core.
You've never heard of the demon core?
No,
but
no,
the guy
I've heard of it.
The guy otherwise gives you a salute, and then he says, "I'm gonna head on and get back to my family and whatnot. It's almost dinner time. Hopefully, I'll talk to you in maybe a week or so."
Hopefully too. Y'all take it easy.
All right. So, Dan, the guy that lives underground, walks off well out of your sight range. So, Shadowy Running Gang, you're still 50 feet down a fucking hole. You climb back up? Perhaps inform Tim of what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I'll climb back up. Do I need to do another acrobatic check?
Yeah, for real.
That was great.
You will need to make another.
Oh god. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Oh shit.
Okay, well that's right on the money. So you meet it to beat it. Okay, so with a little bit of difficulty, you climb back up. Tim's there with a little chunk of ore that he's finally managed to break off for samples and whatnot. Mr. Servos is just sitting there in is that uranium? Yes, it is uranium. But yeah, you get back up there. Tim's got a sample. Mr. Servos is still on standby, just waiting for you guys. Mm-hmm. He's not acting like there's any sort of danger or anything. So, Timbo and Shem, are y'all doing anything else in this cave?
I guess I just informed him about me meeting Dan, and he's a swell guy. I owe him a soccer ball.
Yeah, he sounds pretty nice.
All right, so you tell him about Dan and adventures in the and then you guys start back. So now we'll switch to the other half of the party. Mm-hmm. Callie, I am going to need a craft check from you to finish crafting the cold iron shield for Mr. Servos.
Oh wait, how much iron did I get?
All right.
You literally got a hand of iron that you broke off so that you can bring that back. Hell yeah! There we go.
That was a 14.
All right then.
I am an expert in crafting.
Yeah. So Callie is honestly showing off at camp for everybody of this
coming down from addiction.
This Azurketi teenager has been talking mad shit, the whole time that you guys have known each other, about just how like awesome she is at crafting and building stuff, and she's actually literally showing you right now that she is her when it comes to crafting. So yeah, Callie, you craft a fucking perfect cold iron shield that Mr. Servos can wield. So Mr. Servos will be able to do the raise a shield action so that he can put the shield in between him and an incoming danger.
Damn.
Hell yeah.
All right, so he can be equipped with that. Awesome. Okay, so Callie does that. During all of this, Laria has been like patting Callie's head with like wet naps and like wiping away the sweat, making sure that she's well hydrated, keeping her of like, all right, it's been an hour, take a piss. I'll watch you to make sure you take a piss.
I'll hold your balls while you take a piss.
But she's walking you through coming off of your.
I would say since Callie is an expert at crafting and I'm like trained at it, she just
multitasking.
teaches me some stuff.
Yeah, you're mostly you're just there to make sure that yourself by doing all of this.
I don't hurt myself from coming down.
So you guys are doing that. Jamal's on leave June to speak to the NPCs. So Gloria and Torque are there. Torque for most of the day. She's kind of like coming and going in and out of the mine area because she's been spending these past couple of days organizing and distributing all the stuff that she was doing the shopping for her and for her and Gloria.
Well, I would immediately ask if she needs help. If I saw that,
she would gladly enjoy some help with putting the stuff up.
Okay.
And so she shows you around the inside part of the little mine shaft that they have, which isn't like fancy by any sort of means. But essentially there is a very roughly 10 feet wide, maybe about 8 foot tallish ceiling. So most of the time Gloria's kind of got to hunch over and duck a little. But there is a section of that opens up into sort of like a quote unquote like main room that has like a central pillar in it, and then it's got 2 shafts that kind of break off from the side of it. And one of it was obviously where whoever was actually mining here, that was the last place that they were mining at.
Okay.
There are picks that Torque has basically kind of just set aside so they're out of the way, but there are mining picks down there, as well as a bunch of other just random bits and pieces which were probably left behind by the previous owners. There is for better or worse, a nook that is about 10 feet wide. It's right there at floor level, but it's about 10 feet wide, about 4 feet tall, which is where Gloria's like nest is essentially, where she has her like piles of hay and skins and hides and all that sort of stuff. And Gloria has a big, gigantic like pillow, essentially that is covered in like doe skin. So it's very like soft and supple and all that sort of things. And there is actually a teddy bear in there as well, except that the bear has 6 limbs and horns. But otherwise it's a soft little cuddly teddy bear in there. And there is a little like rod that Torque has set up that has a sheet on it so that Gloria, if she wants to, she can climb in there and she can pull the sheet, and she's got like privacy for the small area or whatever. Then off to on the opposite side of the main room is where Torque's actual room is.
Oh,
same kind of deal. So Torque's got her own room. Same dealio basically, where it's just a carved out space, but it's still got the 8-foot ceilings and is almost like 15 feet wide, 15 foot deep. And it is got a wooden floor that has been put down. So you got like planks and whatnot for wooden floor here. She has a wall that basically gives her a doorway, essentially, which also has another one of those like rods and curtains and deals. And inside of that, she has set up a very comfortable room. She has a big sort of like bed, although it does kind of question the like, how the fuck did they get a bed in here? Because it's unlikely that this was left by the miners. But she's got a big ass bed.
You know that shit was a pain to get through the doorway.
Yeah. More likely than not, they built it after the bed got put in here. But she's got like a big bed. She has several like low tables and dressers and whatnot for stuff, and she just has a collection of a whole bunch of bric-a-brac that probably have stories attached to them that are a mile long. Some of the stuff June is familiar with, no check involved, that is stuff that Torque would have had to have picked up while she was in Harham or some of the more urbane places here inside of the Empire.
Gotcha.
Very finely, like she's got like a finely worked like silver hair clip thing. Kind of looks like a friggin' tiara. She's got she has a drawer pullout that holds silverware in it, and she doesn't have a full set of silverware, but she's got about a half set of silverware, and she's got it set up so that she doesn't actually use silverware. It's decorative kind of like thing, and that has like little
it's
notes
fine
on
china.
it. Like, yeah, it's the fine china, but it's got like a little like you can see a little kind of like a Post-it note basically on it that you see scrawled in Torque's handwriting. Next trip into Harham, look for matching knives, that kind of thing. And as you're bringing in stuff with her, she opens up one of the crates that she brought in, and she pulls out a fork that matches the set that she's already got a little bit of, and she puts that inside of the drawer. So it's just a little doohickey that she's bought herself. But it's a whole bunch of things like that in this room. It's very nicely appointed. There's a brazier in the cold. She's got a little wash thing set up so that she can, wash her face, keep herself fresh, that kind of deal. But yeah, she's got all of that set up in her own personal space. It's actually extremely comfy for essentially a space within a mine shaft. But she's got all of that, and between you and Torque and Gloria, the work goes pretty quickly to get everything set up and put away.
I never pegged you as the collecting type, Torque, like commenting on the silverware set.
Oh, well, I'm kind of and she kind of grins sheepishly, and she's like, my dad used to say that I was a jackdaw. Just, always kind of attracted to shiny things. And I've had people say that, like, that makes me come off as greedy or things. And it's not really about, the value such as it is. I just like the look. The aesthetics. I find that very pleasant.
Well, it's a lovely set. I hope you get to match the rest of it someday.
I hope so too.
Out of character, has Torque told me how she met Gloria?
No, she has not actually mentioned how she met Gloria.
Okay, so I was just I don't want to be like, oh yeah, how did you meet? And then she's like, I told you,
Yeah, she has not actually elaborated on how.
So, continuing on, how exactly did you and Gloria meet and end up here?
Okay, so you remember from the other day when Gloria mentioned the nice lady that lives up north? I've met her actually a couple of times, and I don't know if this is her actual name, but she said that you can. Let me switch real quick so I can get her name. But she said that you can call her Kodlaka. She's and Torque kind of like thinks for a moment to try to like search for a proper term, and she's like, I think she's a druid, honestly. And
Lady of
for
the forest.
for whatever reason, whenever she's around, Gloria is exceptionally calm. And about 2.5 years ago now, I was out here for reasons, and she kind of like glances at the silverware set, and she plucks out a spoon that's all polished and everything, like it's a big soup spoon, and she kind of twirls that in her fingers, and she's like, I'd stolen this, and several other little things, and the previous owners were a bit kind of cheesed about my behavior, and so they put a bounty out on me. So I was kind of out here in the woods, laying low, and I happened to be in the area. Kadlaka and Gloria were having one of their, I guess, random meetings, and so I just kind of like come out of the woods and come to a clearing, and over on the other side of this clearing, I see Gloria and I see Kodlaka, and Kodlaka's like, I really want to say that Kodlaka is, like you is a human. She definitely looks like a human, but there's something kind of mystical about her, I guess. But like, she's got like black hair and like kind of palish skin or whatever. And I was pretty sure that I was being quiet, because I was trying to lay low. But like Kodlaka just like immediately turns and sees me and, like waves, and Gloria waves, and, not to be impolite or anything, I wave back. And it was my intention to just kind of like keep going, but for some reason, I felt like socializing, because I hadn't really talked in like 2 days at that time. So I went over and introduced myself and got introduced to them, and we talked for a little while about just like, hey, how's the weather been, kind of like sort of stuff. And again, I don't really know how Kodlaka figured it out, but I bet I didn't look the part. Kodlaka pointed out that I wasn't one of the homesteaders out here, and she asked me to she asked me if I would be okay with kind of walking Gloria back to her camp, because she said that Gloria tended to be very, very nervous, and that sometimes that she would have these moments where she kind of I don't want to say lose control, because it doesn't sound good to say that about my friend, but
laughs in judgment.
As the disembodied voices, sort of a lapse in judgment, and she can kind of run off, and then once she calms down, suddenly she doesn't know where she is.
Okay, get lost.
So Kodlaka, for whatever reason, couldn't go with her, and she asked if I could walk Gloria back. And Gloria, that first time, was thankful for it, but at the same time, like, she didn't really concerned that after, Kodlaka left, she might have one of her events, and suddenly freak out. And Kodlaka, assured Gloria that it should be okay. And then, right as like we're heading out, Kodlaka kind of like steps up to me and she kind of basically whispers to me like, "Hey, if Gloria starts to get a little antsy or whatever on the walk over to her camp or whatever, just sing her a lullaby and it'll calm her down, and it'll help keep her centered and that sort of thing." And so and then after that she said, "And once we get back to camp, make sure she gets this." And she handed me this roll of grass and herbs and other stuff, which at the time I thought it was like some like trinket, because over in the kingdom we use sage a lot for like small household rituals and things like that, to banish spirits and illness and things. And so that's what I thought it was at the time. And I agreed, and I followed Gloria back to camp, and she did get a little antsy at one point, so I did what Kalaka suggested, and I sung a little song, and it calmed Gloria down, and she was very upbeat after that. She's been reserved since you guys showed up, but like I in the 2 or so years that I have known Gloria then, this is the longest period that she has been able to like hang around with more than one person for an extended period, and I'm really proud of her. But I can also tell you part of that is because every night after after everybody's like starting to bed down, Gloria gets over there into her little nook and gets herself comfortable, and under that big pillow she has, she's got a whole pile of those little wraps, and a little firestone that she lights it up with and then smokes it. It's I've had some of it. It's wild.
She
but
smokes
like
it.
Yeah, she smokes it,
and just kind of like
it calms her
kind of
down.
like rubs her chin, like, oh, okay, I see. It's just like intentionally intently listening.
Yeah, so it's it's an herbal medication, but that's generally how I first met Gloria, was through Kodlaka, and because Gloria was just really nice. Once I was able to like kind of break the ice with her, it became clear to me that, like, at the time, since I wasn't familiar with the area or lived here, that it would honestly be a good idea to stick around big and strong like Gloria. So my walk back to her camp ended up being me staying with her at camp, and then me staying with her for a few days, and us just sort of like really getting to know each other.
Almost seems like Kodlaka figured you two could help each other, huh?
Yeah, I mean, really. Okay, so like I said, I think Kodlaka is a druid. And if Kodlaka has powers beyond that, or maybe it's a thing all druids could do, I don't know. But Kodlaka does have kind of like a way to, like, I guess, see to the core of a person, kind of like she can sort of instantly with a look just kind of know what kind of person you are.
Oh, then I'd better stay away from her.
Maybe, but she's like, I honestly I would say that Kodlaka is quote unquote good people, And, but, you know, like, I guess I can thank her directly for introducing me to Gloria, because in the 2 years in that time, I have found something I never would have thought of at the time, but I found a lot of joy in trying to help Gloria get to be where she could, you know, have more time around other people. Gloria gets really lonely out here by herself. She's usually very good for extended periods, but she does get lonely, and she does want to be around other people, but, you know, her nervousness, yeah. And
oh gosh,
her
I
nervousness
that
just
snail.
Yeah, there's a lot of things with shells around here. But Gloria wants to have friends. Gloria wants to have other people. And there are very few people that she's comfortable with. You know, there's me and there's Kadlaka. But in the 2 years that I've been helping Gloria, she's gotten to where she can have, you know, limited comfortable interactions with the other homesteaders that are nearby. I found out pretty quickly, actually, that most of the other homesteaders were actually kind of terrified of Gloria. You know, because she's quite big, obviously.
Yeah.
She's immensely strong, and since it's very easy to spook her, she, you know, tends to like yell and then like run and whatnot. And there's very little difference from an outside appearance. There's very little difference between that and, like, say, a raging giant coming at you to do something horrible. So, you know, kind of reasonably so, I would say. The other homesteaders were concerned, basically, that Gloria, not a person who really wanted to, like, interact, but just simply was not good at doing so. But we finally got to the point where the other people come to realize that Gloria is actually a nice person, and that her nervousness is something definitely to be aware of and concerned of, but it doesn't make her a monster, and that they can have, you know, some limited interactions. Like, something that even Gloria didn't realize at the time, but we put together, is that really, Gloria doesn't get spooked by animals for some reason. It's very specifically people, and it's also very specifically adults. There are some of the families that have children, and Gloria is perfectly fine and extremely gentle when dealing with the kids. I mean, like, they use her like a jungle gym, basically. It's the adults that are the ones that have the I guess the unfortunate effect of occasionally spooking her. So I don't really know why that is. That I've never been able to tell. And in the couple of times since that I've had an opportunity to speak to Kadlaka, I've asked her, and Kadlaka just kind of like shrugs. So I guess that's beyond even her abilities to know. Whose uniform is stuck again?
I don't know. I'm getting my asshole blown out by ads.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I tried to put on like some background music, but it didn't really fit.
That's hilarious. But yeah, so Torque, you know, tells you about how she has helped with Gloria with, like, getting better and everything, and this is the longest time that she's had around other, like, adult people, and hasn't really freaked out. And Gloria has told her privately, like, after everybody has bed down, that Gloria is, even though she may not really seem like it, Gloria says that she's really happy that you guys are here.
Well,
she is enjoying the company.
Well, I didn't have any idea she was trying so hard for us. I really appreciate her hospitality.
Yeah, I'm very glad. You know, like I'm just glad that my friend is getting the opportunity to meet other good people, and you know,
Good. She kind of leans back a little bit, and takes a glance at Callie.
Sees her tinkering outside.
Yeah, like Gloria also, or not Gloria, Torque also glances in that direction, and she laughs. And she's like,
June
"Yeah,
also laughs, just like
I know,
like in a half,
yeah, good,
like sarcastic way, but yeah,
yeah, good may be a bit of a stretch for some of these misfits, but I think, you know, deep down, even that one is not that terrible of a person. So I'm real glad though that all of you got to come out here and meet Gloria. I wish there wasn't the circumstances weren't that you were like on the run from some giant Lamia thing.
June kind of pauses.
Actually, about that. So did the Lamia, like, they're very magical. So like, did the Lamia do any magic stuff to you guys while y'all were down there?
Not that I remember.
I was blindfolded the whole time. I don't remember anything because I didn't really see much, to be honest. I was also kind of deaf, so I didn't hear anything either.
All right, I think June beats Torque's passive perception. Was that 25? Does she?
Torque's passive perception is not that good. No.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
June kind of purses her lips and looks like she's about to say something, and then she says, "No, it did something to one of the minions it had, but I think we were too far away for it to do anything to us."
Well, that's good, June, because I mean, like I mentioned to you guys there back at the Cat's Eye, Lamia are very magical, very, like, you know, weird mystical powers and kind of thing. I've heard that they're like that because they were cursed by the deities or a deity. The story seems to change depending on who you ask about it, and not very many people know in the first place. And I've never had the opportunity to ask a Lamia directly about it, and honestly,
I wouldn't recommend.
I kind of hope I never do. Yeah, I hope that chance never comes up. But they have weird magic powers, and I mean, you told me that it turned one of those other serpent folk to stone, and that's not even a normal thing for Lamia, if anything can be defined as normal. So it's a powerful one. When you go back, when you go back to Harhem, if you go back to Harhem, be careful, June, okay? Because that thing is dangerous.
I will try my best. And she where's Gloria all this? Is she still, like, kind of in, are we, like, kind of, like, talking outside the...
Well, you guys have been in the, like, mine area there in Torque's little nook room.
Yeah, kind of her room adjacent to, yeah.
Gloria is literally just, like, 10 feet away, outside of the room, but, like, you know, over in her little crawl space, and she's just kind of, like, essentially she's just sort of, like, reclining little nest area, and she's got her little six-armed teddy bear thing.
That's adorable.
Kind of, like, you know, tucked on her side, and her eyes are kind of, like, half closed, so she's probably, like, falling asleep, but she's not asleep yet. But she's just been sort of, like, quietly relaxing over it. She's not far.
All right. June kind of like leans in a bit to Torque and kind of whispers more, and says, "You say you talk with her every night to kind of calm her down, right?"
Yeah.
Maybe you can see if I can join you all and maybe chat with her too, and it might help her a bit.
I think that would be okay. And Torque kind of looks over at Gloria, and she makes like a quiet little like kind of like whistle noise, which gets Gloria to like her eyes to open up more, and she looks back over at you guys, and Torque says in a very like low sort of whisper, asking like, is it okay with Gloria if June joins them tonight for story time or whatever? And Gloria kind of like looks over at June, back at, gives like a little nod, and like she would be okay with that.
Mm-hmm. And June just kind of nods and says, just small steps. Maybe we can slowly get her to be a bit more comfortable and on her own and relaxed on her own. It's essentially to that effect,
Mm-hmm.
And okay. Yeah, so
yeah, Gloria, surprisingly perceptive.
Yeah, they make you think that they're not paying attention, but they are.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, June will nod and just say, "Well, anything else you need me to help around here?"
Well, I've still got a few things in the cart that, if you don't mind, it's basically just busy work to put things up. I've got some preserved foods that I want to make sure get hung up over there in our food storage area. But really, that's just about it. And one of the other things I did was in town is I picked up more Gloria's medication. So yeah, if you can help, maybe keep that part on the down low.
Little eyebrow raise, but just a kind of like
Torque's eyes. You see Torque's eyes like very obviously to you because you're right. Slide over towards Callie and be like,
and she's kind of like just nods silently, just like, all right, well, let's get going then, and gets up, helps Torque up if they like hand for Torque to come up.
So
yeah. And good. I think good little bookend or something.
Okay, so and here we are also now at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. So this is actually a good place to end. Yeah. So at the end of this evening, June helps Torque put up the final bit of her shopping run. Shadow Wizard Money Gang and Tim, along with Mr. Servo's, return back to camp. I assume that you guys tell everybody about meeting Dan, the Underground Man.
Hey, Dan
the Underground
Man.
Dan, the Underground Man. Okay, so let's put all of the player tokens back. Okay, so you guys are going to bed for camp. Mm-hmm. So that is where we're going to end off this session. You guys have done some exploration. You've met Gloria. You met Dan, the Underground Man. You saw the snail. It is real. It will pick you up. But it lives over in the swamp, so it's easy to avoid if you just don't go over there. But yeah, so good. We've covered literally everything I want. 100% love it. Okay.
Hey.
Props to our GM here, guys.
Yeah. So,
God, I was not expecting Gloria to be so cute. Honestly, like, I'm glad
I was.
Like she just
I'm
stepped
glad
out
I
and
was able to
melted
find
everyone's hearts instantly. Like the whole what's it called, where the whole party just went like that.
Yeah, everyone had a good God damn, that's cute. Which I'm very glad for. Gloria, outside of the game, obviously, is still a very newish character, and I'm still feeling Gloria's characterization and everything. But one thing that I've decided on pretty quickly, and I honestly I've decided to keep it on, is Gloria having sort of an anxiety issue in dealing with other people and stuff like that. So that's a sort of a constant thing with her.
Yeah, no, you knocked it out of the park, man, for real.
Yeah, so that's just the kind of woman she is. But otherwise, though, she's the helpful type, which Torque is a big influencer on that. So as we go forward and the party explores more of this region, there is obviously more stuff down here than just violent snails in the marsh and all that other stuff.
And a guy in a hole.
Quite a lot. And a guy in a hole. There is quite a lot more map to explore and little places. So really, what I would like to do in the next session is have you guys expand out farther from the camp to get more of the area uncovered and find other points of interest where you can then actually delve into with more detail to see what's going on there, available resources and that sort of thing. What I would like to do kind of in the long term here is see if, and this is, if you guys are down for it, then that's cool. If not, that's not a big deal. But what I would like to do is see about potentially actually founding a settlement in this area so that I can then add that to the map of this is the little town of whatever, and have the roads connect to it eventually. So that's what I've done is I've just simply populated the map with other PCs and all that sort of stuff. Yes.
Would stuffing a radioactive material in, say, I don't know, an extra stop it from being radioactive?
It doesn't stop it from being radioactive, but if you put a radioactive substance inside of an extra-dimensional space, anything that's not inside of that extra-dimensional space doesn't catch the radiation.
Oh,
but if
so it doesn't leak radiation so long.
Yeah, so long as the space so long as you can close that extra-dimensional space, then
good.
Yes, it will stop radiation.
I was just asking because I have a really bad idea.
Oh god, we are going to give them the work we've given the gremlin a nuclear bomb.
Well, they haven't quite been legalized, but step has.
Even radiation.
So, and because this will be a thing that comes up, and it's not even a spoiler that, but should you guys, actually go to visit Dan the Underground Man in the underground, that not only is there Dan and a couple of other PCs that are down there that you can interact with, but that's also a gateway where the party could start exploring the Darkland if they want to. That is legitimately an entrance to the Darkland.
Well,
and there are a lot of things down there that are fucking radioactive.
Definitely been perked then.
Yeah. So either way, there's that. There's other stuff out here. There's still that creepy chimera flying predator thing that's out here. There's also the giant flying things. And
I don't think we know what that thing was about. Did we just get the bad RNG in the encounter table? What the heck was that?
Yeah, actually that very first night if I roll a 1 on the D20,
it
goes up. Sure enough, it's a 1, and I'm like, okay, well,
Let's
it spots
boogie.
the party. It occasionally comes back to just sort of like essentially what it was doing was probing. Are you guys paying attention?
Yeah,
Kind of like
it was a predator. Yeah,
yeah. It's a predator. It noticed you. It was probing to see if you were paying any fucking attention. If it could just like swoop somebody in the go, but if you ask Gloria about it, Gloria has more information on it. But yeah, so next time around we'll do some more talking with the NPCs, explore the map a little bit further, find the other shit that I have hidden on here.
Make nuclear bombs.
Nuclear bombs,
I
not
feel
even
like
legal.
we're probably going to the Darklands.
The Darklands are definitely an option, but I will go ahead and dangerous with a capital danger. The level for most stuff that lives down there is on the low end, right where you guys are at now, and then it just skyrockets. So that's a dangerous place to go. But it's there. It is there, which means you can explore it too. There's still plenty of stuff on the surface.
All right.
Yeah, just because we've been doing this the whole time, and we're probably going to keep doing it for the whole game. Will Tim be affected by radiation?
Yes, Tim can be affected by radiation. Radiation.
Yes. You are not immune to
organic
radiation.
Feature or not.
I mean, I feel like your soul gem would be irradiated.
If I made myself nuclear fission run, would I be affected? Just strap a
fission.
All right, and with that,
freaking particle accelerator to his back.
Yeah. So with that, I think we're done.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, I am gonna get something to eat. I had a great time, everybody. This was a really fun session. Everybody got to everyone got their little moments to shine. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, it was very good. I had a lot of fun. And I desperately need something to drink. So I will talk to everybody a little bit later. Take care of a few things. I'll see you. Adios.
Arrivederci.
Have a good night.
All right. And I know exactly who we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid somebody I haven't done in a while. It's Chonky. So, we're gonna raid Chonky _ sent _ I can type. Chonky _ senpai. All right. There we go. And let me go ahead and put the raid message up. So if you guys are not subscribed, you can use whatever emotes you want, or just type the words. It's up to you. But thank you everybody that came by. I had a great time with the group. We had a great session. Sorry we started off like a little bit later than normal, but we still ended up going for 4 hours anyway. I really appreciate that. Just all the love to our players, our dungeon master, and everybody that was watching, whether you were in chat or just lurking. I really appreciate you all, and thank you so much. I had a great night. It really means a lot. And we're gonna raid the Good Bean Chonky. They are just hanging out in VR chat, but they are showing off their Christmas model. It is adorable, and they are a good bean, and I love them. So we'll have to I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream tomorrow, but for Monday for sure. But yeah, have a good one, everybody. Raid's about to start. Bye bye. There's a goodbye kiss.